We'll start in a few seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Pastor Caesar's there. All right. Ready, Jen? Hey, good evening, everyone. I want to welcome everybody to the May 18th, 2026 meeting of the Merced City Council. We're going to begin with an invocation from Pastor Caesar Johnson from Christian Life Center in Merced. And then after that, Councilmember Tao will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ask everyone to please bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you for your presence. We thank you that you are alive and you hear us. You care for us, and you hold all authority. This evening, Lord, we thank you for the blessings that are in the city of Merced. It's diverse, beautiful people, the resources, the parks, the bike paths, businesses, farms, schools, the artists and creatives that give this community life and expression. Lord, we recognize that leadership is stewardship, and we don't take that responsibility lightly. So we ask for your blessing and direction over this meeting tonight. Bless our council members, our city staff members, the volunteers, the first responders, community leaders, and not just them, but Lord, bless their families, Lord, bless their marriages. Father, we ask that you remind us that, God, we know we don't all agree in here. And Lord, there's times that we'll have tension and disagreement and division. But yet, despite our differences, God, you have placed us together in the city of Merced, and you've called us to work together for the good of our community. So help us to remember the humanity in one another. In a world that's increasingly divided, let us actively pursue unity for the betterment of this city and those that dwell in it. Lord, your ways are higher than our ways, and your thoughts are better than our thoughts. And you've guided in history kings and leaders and nations. So, Lord, we need your wisdom today. You said in your word that you will give us wisdom in James 1:5 if we lack it. So, Lord, we ask for your wisdom. And, Lord, we recognize that we're just humans trying to do our best. And we want to be sensitive to what's right and what's just. In a world that's full of darkness, may your light shine in this room. Guide our motives, purify our hearts, and let the decisions made reflect integrity, compassion, and truth. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Tao. Thank you, Pastor Johnson.
Okay, agenda item D, roll call. Councilmember DuPont.
Present.
Tao.
Present.
Harris. Smith. Zhang.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Here.
And Mayor Serrato.
Present.
Mayor, I'd like to remind the audience if they wish to address the City Council, they must submit a green request to speak form located at the podium in the back of the chamber. Additionally, citizens can submit public comment to the City Council electronically no later than 1 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Comments received before the deadline will be sent to the City Council and will be part of the record and will be mentioned as part of the written petitions and communications portion of the agenda, and they will also be posted on the city's website. Material may be emailed to cityclerk@cityofmerced.gov, and any correspondence received after 1 p.m. will be distributed to the City Council and retained for the official record. Also, for those audience members who wish to hear the council meeting translated into Spanish, please let our interpreters know.
Good evening. Buenas tardes, me llamo Mirna Zárate y soy intérprete en español y si necesitan mi ayuda voy a estar aquí sentada. Muchas gracias.
In accordance with Government Code 54952.3, it is hereby announced. Oh, I'm sorry, Gal, go ahead.
Nhớ rằng aku tôi tập công hồ lộc phải mi tôi aku tôi xài lúa mông đồ này mà nó giờ này thì sao tàu lúc trong市场mà nó xài lúa mông nó chơi chứ cũng phải nó aku xài lúa mông đồ này ở trong đó.
Okay, in accordance with Government Code 54952.3, it is hereby announced that the City Council sits either simultaneously or serially as a public financing and economic development authority, parking authority, and/or successor agency to the redevelopment agency. City Council members receive a monthly stipend of $500 by charter for sitting as a City Council, and the Mayor receives an additional $100 each month as part of the adopted budget and Resolution 2024-78. The Public Financing and Economic Development Authority, Parking Authority, and successor agency to the redevelopment agency receive no compensation. Agenda item E, report out of closed session.
There is no report out of closed session.
Agenda item F, special presentations. F1, project update from Race Communications.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right, welcome, sir. Our first special presentation, item F1, is a project update from Race Communications. Good evening.
Good evening. Excuse me 1 second here, sorry. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Jim Miller. I'm the Vice President of Government Affairs for Race Communications. I want to sincerely thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak here tonight and give you guys an update on the project. We understand that projects of this size can create concerns, frustrations within the community, and I want the council and the residents to know that we've listened carefully to all these concerns, feedback that we've received. We recognize the importance of being very responsive, transparent, and accountable through this process, because this is just not a construction project, it's a long-term investment in the city of Merced. Over the last several months, we've made some important operational changes locally, including changes to our project management team. Also, through collaboration with the city staff, we recently created additional door hangers for information on the construction process that will be passed out to the residents in the current and future construction areas. Those changes have helped improve communication, coordination with the city staff, as well as residents. And I'm pleased to say that we are now working together in a much more collaborative and productive manner. Our teams now meet regularly. They're communicating more effectively and jointly working through our challenges so that we can move this project forward responsibly and efficiently. Together, we're building an infrastructure that's going to keep Merced connected to the world for the next 50 to 100 years. Fiber infrastructure is critical for education, healthcare, remote work, business growth, public safety, and most important, the long-term economic future of the community. To provide you with an update of where we're at, we are currently working in 9 sections. Half of those sections have completed the restoration and are getting scheduled for the final walkthrough with the city inspector. Our goal is to complete the restoration in the remaining constructed sections by the end of July or sooner if possible. We did experience delays during the winter months due to weather conditions, which impacted our construction, but also the asphalt restoration schedules. And we do apologize. This was not properly communicated to the city or to the residents. At this time, we're targeting mid to late summer for initial activation, and that'll be on the downtown area and the east side of the city, or east side of Highway 99. I'm sorry, west side of Highway 99. Construction activities are expected to continue through the remainder of the year with a goal of substantial completion by the end of December, and obviously that's pending permit approvals and fall weather conditions. We do hear it's going to be an El Nino year, so it could be a rainy fall. We appreciate the partnership with the city and the patience of the community as we work through the project of this scale. At the end of the day, we all share the same goal. We want to deliver a world-class fiber network to the residents of Merced and the businesses of Merced while doing the work the right way. And doing the work the right way is key to Race. We know mistakes have been made, and we want to make sure that we're doing it the right way moving forward. Thank you again for your time tonight, and I look forward to continuing to work together with the city and the community. We also want to open it up if you have any questions for myself.
Okay, thank you, sir. Just quick, backing up a bit, what's the purpose of the project for someone who doesn't know anything about it?
Sure.
What's this going to bring to the community? What's the purpose of this project?
Absolutely. So this project is a fiber optic project. Race, backing all the way up, Race Communications is a licensed phone company and internet provider in the state of California. We are a California-based company and just building throughout the state of California. That is our focus of our company as well as the investment company behind us. And what this is for, not to get into the technical details, but currently nowadays, you're being delivered your services over copper that has a mixture of some fiber in it, and that is, copper as a technology is at end of life. It's reached its capacity on what it can do, and so fiber is the future. And so Race builds a pure fiber network that brings fiber straight into your home. So what that means is reliability, quality, speed, and price. Race is very competitive compared to what the current market conditions are. And then in addition to the ISP side of our business, like I said, we are a licensed phone company. So we have $10 phone lines that give you unlimited nationwide calling, as well as being a phone company, we're registered all the phone lines with the E911 so that each address is properly documented if they call 911.
Thank you. I'm sure you've heard it, but yeah, the two big complaints, I think, are one, notice and communication. You guys got a lot of people to talk to and a lot of communication to do. That's one we hear. And then just putting things back together the way you found it. You guys got to open up streets and do some things, and just, making sure our infrastructure is protected, or at least put back the way it was, is really important to us as well.
And that is 100% our goal. And like I said, we do apologize through the winter months with the rain. You can have rain for a week and then you have 3 days of sunny, but that doesn't mean that the contractor can get back out here to do the asphalt during those 3 days. So it really pushed the project out on the restoration side, and our previous project manager did not communicate that properly to the city. So going forward, I feel that working with your city staff, we've night and day difference since we made those changes.
Wonderful. We appreciate it. Questions from council. Councilmember DuPont.
Thank you, Mayor. A lot of questions that
Yes.
I get or comments that I get is, there's asphalt patches in our sidewalks. Can you explain what that is and the process that Race Communications is going to go through to repair all the asphalt patches?
Absolutely. That's a great question. It does come up a lot as well on our side. So when we do the work out in the streets, we try not to break what's called a flag of the concrete and the sidewalk. However, there are certain conditions and areas where we have no other choice but to do that. So once it's done, to make the area secure and safe, they'll temporarily use a cold patch asphalt and compact it and level it off. And then once that street has enough work for a full cement truck to come out and do the work, they'll come back and do that cement repair. So we are probably at this point, I don't know the percentages, but I know that we have more cement restoration completed than we do asphalt restoration, because the cement work wasn't as drastically affected by the cold and the rain like the asphalt was. And the reason we use the cold patch, it's a much safer process versus putting plates down that have lifts and bumps and trip hazards on the sidewalks.
Thank you. If individuals have questions or want to communicate or get in contact with Race Communications, what's the best way to do that?
So the best way is definitely to contact us first, and they can do that at our website, www.race.com. They can chat with a support technician. They can call in. There's also our telephone number listed there. And when they have a concern, when that call comes into our support center, they automatically get one, they'll get a response, but two, on our side, it opens up a trouble ticket. So then we can then track that job from start to completion to make sure that every resident's taken care of and concerns addressed. So sometimes the concerns can be handled just by talking with our support reps. Other times, that's why we have a local project manager here that will go out to the home and actually visit with the resident.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, anyone else? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your work and investment, and looking forward to the project being done. And thank you, too.
Well.
I mean, a lot of that's good information, too. Just, it makes sense on your end that you'd have to wait till there's enough for a full cement truck or a full, so make it much more, that makes sense. But being able to communicate that to our residents is important as well. So.
It is key. And you'll see a lot faster things happening now. We're hoping, like I said, to have our first service turned up by midsummer. Once that's done, each neighborhood can then be connected and turned up much quicker than the initial process. We have to build our backbone into our facility, and that's what takes the longest.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and coming out tonight. I know that asphalt has definitely been a topic of conversation within our
Yes.
community. I just want to point out there was some comments on social media of the intersection of Olive and Austin Avenue that the signal was damaged, and just want to bring note to that. I went through it the other day and it still is not fixed, but I'm hoping that our staff and your staff can remedy that as soon as possible because Olive Avenue is one of our main corridors in our
Yes.
city. So yes,
Is that over by Lowe's?
correct.
On the cross street there? Okay.
Yes.
I know that is being worked out with city staff and our, I believe the consultant or the traffic company that you guys utilize in the city as
Great,
well.
thank you.
Yes.
All right. Thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Take care of our roads.
Okay, agenda item F2, Merced Arts Festival presentation.
All right, we have Patricia Pratt and Irvin Mendoza. Going to tell us about the Merced Art Festival. All right, welcome to you both.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Irvin Mendoza.
And I am Patty Pratt.
Do I have to control this right here? Just press. Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. Let me set this up real quick. It's for the documentary we're working on. I think Patty can start.
Sure. All right. We're here to talk to you about the Merced Art Festival, which started today. It kicked off at around 6 a.m. this morning with local artist Eddie Rodriguez painting live on the historic Schaefer building. And Merced Art Festival, it's a wing-long festival in downtown Merced. One of the largest parts of it are 5 large-scale murals being painted from P Street down to close to Martin Luther King. It also includes workshops, performances, all kinds of great things going on downtown. So we're not only highlighting what's already planned downtown, but we partnered with other artists and organizations downtown to bring additional creative happenings throughout the week. There's also a photo exhibit where if you walked into City Hall today, it's already up. Those are 5 local photographers who we are highlighting their work, and that'll be part of a beautification project downtown after the festival. There's going to be a mural photo walk on Saturday, followed by a downtown takeover with artists and vendors, and we'll tell you a little bit more about that. And then this isn't just an art festival. This is about trying to bring everybody in Merced together to connect and celebrate each other. Oh, you can skip that.
Oh, all right. So to break it down, we have 5 murals. One of them is located at O'Reilly's Tavern in 1730 Canal Street. We also have another one at the Schaefer Building, 1726 M Street. We have another one at Bella Luna, 350 West Main Street. That's going to be 2 murals in one location. We have the Sensory Lab at 847 West Main Street, Merced. And the 5 murals, pretty much, they total to 8,600, or actually over 8,600 square feet of impact. The reason why we picked these locations is because we want to increase visibility in some of these alleyways, because sometimes when walking through there, especially at night, it might not be the most pleasant place to go to, but sometimes when you have art, it kind of creates a place for people to pretty much admire, and it also creates a visibility for community to be seen. So that's one of the reasons why we decided to paint the murals here in these locations.
Okay, so our first mural is going to be done by Daniel Munoz, aka Thor, and Robin Ramon, who are both from Merced. They're great, amazing artists. This is going to be Robin's first mural, so he's being mentored through the process. Part of our festival is not just bringing in seasoned artists, but allowing opportunity to new artists as well. And we have the Schaefer Building. This is being painted by the Urbanist Collective team. They're going a lot higher because their building is taller than it is wide, so that's going to be really interesting to see. And also, painting begins Wednesday, so anybody is welcome to come while we're painting and ask questions or just observe. It's a really interesting process to watch. The next one is O'Reilly's Tavern. That's being painted by myself and women, so it's basically a women-led team. And then we have Bella Luna, which is our favorite local artist, Joel Aguilar, and his friend Phasm from New York, or sorry, not New York, from Modesto. And he actually coordinates the Domo art walls. So he's also a mentor helping us with our festival.
So on top of the amazing murals that we're painting, we're also including another medium, which is photography. I am pretty much the founder of Central Valley Film Club, which holds a lot of different photographers here in the Central Valley. A lot of them are from Modesto, Fresno, Patterson, and some of them even come from the Bay Area whenever we have meetings here. We have a gallery that will be at the MAC here, and this gallery is called Cien Fotos, where pretty much Cien Fotos, which is Spanish, it translates to 100 photos. It is a collective photo exhibition bringing together 100 photographers from across the Central Valley to showcase their perspective of the region through photography. So from small towns to city streets, the exhibition highlights the people, places, culture, and moments that make the Central Valley unique through us pretty much. A lot of the photographers that have been submitting is pretty much their first time ever submitting to a gallery. And we've been getting a lot of people who have been driving over an hour away to bring their photos. And this exhibit will be showcasing from at the MAC from May 22nd to the 23rd.
All right, this is our downtown takeover. We have, the map says 40, but we now have 41 businesses and venues participating in the night. And then collectively through this, our total is over 200 artists participating for the night. We don't have everybody updated yet, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna get close to 300. We do have artists that are traveling from as far as Los Angeles and Sacramento to participate in our art flop downtown.
And the art flop, that's happening on Saturday. So that is from 5 to 9 p.m. That is pretty much one of our big days. The week-long festival, there's a lot of activities going on, and you can look it up on our Instagram, Merced AF. But if you are, short on time and you don't know what day to show up, Saturday is our big day because most of the murals will be almost completed, and downtown takeover will be happening. So these are some of the activities that we have, but we have been adding a lot more, pretty much like almost every other day. So for the whole week, we have different workshops. A lot of them are free. Some of them are donation-based. And starting today, we did the beautification painting. One of them was done by our local artist also. His name is Eddie, over here at the Schaefer building. We put the photo panels up today, which was 5 photographers here from the Central Valley. Tomorrow we have the Poetry Slam at the MAC. And then starting Wednesday, we are going to start the murals, which is going to be a big day for us. We also have pottery demos and a sound bath, and that's going to be through Earthwork Clay Space. That workshop is going to be at the MAC. We also have an event called Breaks, Beats, and Black Bugs, which is happening at Sinojos. That's a dance workshop, live beats, and Black Bugs is pretty much where you show up, draw. That's something that Patty coined here at Sinojos. We also have ignore the Placemaker Lab. We're not doing that no more. We're doing junk journaling on Friday. We're having our exhibit on Friday here at the MAC. And then May 23rd, like I mentioned before, that's our big day where a lot of the businesses will be participating. That really is something of its own because we originally, when we wanted to do this festival, we were thinking about closing the street. We were thinking about possibly closing Canal, and we decided to go this route instead, where we were just like, well, instead of bringing everybody to Canal Street, let's have businesses also get some of the tourism, and let's have businesses also create their own sort of event. So that way, everybody that comes into Merced for the first time will be able to look at our map and see all the activations that are taking place for that night. And May 24th is pretty much where we're wrapping up everything, where the murals will be completed. And we're having a workshop at Luna 209, which is a pottery event and a collaboration with the Earthworks.
We can probably skip that, it's boring. And we've already told you this.
That's the kind of stuff that council members get all excited about.
Yeah, don't worry about data right now. We're not talking that. Do you want to talk about your documentary?
Sure, yeah. So eventually, I'm going to reach out to all of you here at the council. I would like to interview you for the documentary that we're taking place. Pretty much the entire festival will be documented by myself and some of the people at the Central Valley Film Club. We're going to be capturing the people, the process, and energy behind each moment. We're going to be covering the artists, local businesses, and key leaders who help bring it all together. This story will come together as the full documentary set to premiere in September at the Central Valley Film Festival. We have, this will be our second annual film festival in September, but we're trying to capture everything. So facing from the beginning where we weren't sure what was going to happen with the new ordinance, and we've been working really well with the city. So, don't worry, we're not going to create anything negative for the city. We want to promote this in a good way. But everything that we're doing is going to be displayed towards the end of September. And, we're trying to get everybody involved so everybody can have like their own chance to speak. So if you haven't got an email from me, expect it soon.
All right. Maybe lastly, we're still accepting donations. You can follow our Zephy page or look it up on our Instagram. We're also accepting donations of like water, sunscreen, stuff like that for our volunteers. I also want to note that we have over 40 volunteers throughout the week. So Merced really came through for us. They're at our studio right now, and they've been there since about 12 p.m. today, helping us organize things. Oh, that's where you can donate. Scan that. Everybody get your phones out. But yeah, that's it. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
Do you guys have any
Any
questions for us?
comments? Questions from the council? Anybody? Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
No questions, but thank you for everything you guys are doing. I know it's not easy, and I'm very excited. I know it started today, but very excited to see everything that pans out this week. And I'm very excited, and thank you for doing all the hard work to make this possible.
Thanks, sir.
Councilor DuPont.
I'll echo that thank you as well. And then because I will not remember every single thing that's going on, where else could we find the information of what events are going on throughout the week?
Most of our information is on our Instagram at Merced AF. We have the event schedule for pretty much every day until Sunday. So if you're trying to figure out like what day you should show up or what's going on, check the Instagram page for the info.
Sure.
Sorry, one more thing. I just want to say great job on all the marketing. It is just it's fun, it's energetic, so good job.
I want to thank you guys. Very exciting. Thank you for all the love you show Merced and all the great things you do for Merced.
Can I add one more thing?
Go.
I think when it comes to Merced, obviously, I think something that we really have going here is community. I feel like a lot of the artists here have been here for a long time, and I just want everyone to know that we're not, taking credit for putting on something that has already been here. We've just been doing our best to highlight artists that have been struggling to showcase or been struggling to find a platform, and I think it's beautiful seeing everyone take pride in their town. Merced is an upcoming city, and we've known that since day one. But I think it's time that everybody else sees that too.
Yeah, agreed. Thank you. All right, round of applause.
Agenda item F3, Merced Fire Department Advanced Life Support Update, recognition of National EMS Week 2026, and presentation of Clinical Excellence Awards.
Mr. Brunelli.
All right, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mr. McBride, thank you guys for your time. Just want to take this opportunity to give you guys a quick update on what's been happening with our EMS program so that you can see the strong work that's being done by our members out there, and I want you to see the benefits to the community due to all your support moving forward. So every year, the third week of May is designated as National EMS Week, and the goal of that is really dedicated towards recognizing the work that is performed by all EMS personnel throughout the United States, whether it's your first responders, the dispatchers sitting in the dispatch center taking the call, even the nurses at the hospital. We want to take this opportunity to recognize the good work they're doing for our communities and the lives that they're saving. So to kick off EMS Week this year, I'd like to provide you with just a quick update on the advancements to our EMS program, really as it pertains to the ALS program. Share with you some of the partnership opportunities that have been flourishing with our new ambulance provider, AMR. And then I want to most importantly, I want to take this opportunity to recognize a couple of our members and the outstanding work that they're doing to advance this program. So as you guys are aware, January 1st of 2025, for the first time in department history and the first time in City of Merced history, your fire department started offering advanced life support services to the community. Shortly after that, in March, we stood up a second ALS unit with two units with paramedics running on them. And then in September, we added that additional unit by expanding that level of service to provide advanced life support out of Station 51. In the calendar year of 2025, with those 3 ALS units, we were able to provide advanced life support service to over 1,500 patients here within the City of Merced, which was huge in a time that the system was under a lot of strain. As we move forward into 2026, January 1st of this year, we expanded that service even further and we started providing advanced life support out of Station 55 in North Merced. Currently, we are on pace within the next 14 to 21 days. We should be adding advanced life support to Station 54. And ultimately, as the remainder of our paramedics who just completed training come online and get their licensure completed, we will be adding advanced life support service out of Station 52. This means that by mid-July of 2026 of this year, every single fire station in the City of Merced will have a paramedic operating out of it when it goes to emergency medical responses. So I think that's a testament to the support from this council and the work that our folks have put in to get this level of service increased. Currently, that puts us at 18 firefighter paramedics on staff, and we have 3 more that are currently undergoing training. They should be completed mid-spring of 2027. Currently, to date, you can see as we expand that level of service, we're able to actually provide service to more residents. So as of the end of April, the numbers that you see up here from January 1st through April 30th this year, our paramedics have already provided advanced level support or advanced life support level of service to over 1,000 residents in the City of Merced, including almost 1,200 ALS interventions. So a pretty significant increase. And again, that's a testament to the work that they're doing and to the support that you guys have shown this program. So with that, we'd be remiss if we didn't take this opportunity to recognize some of our folks, and three of our paramedics in particular. If I can get paramedic Jacosa and paramedic Kelly to come up to the front here, please. As they come up here, what I want to do is recognize the professionalism and really the exceptional clinical skills that these individuals have brought to the Merced Fire Department. The effort that they've put in and their dedication to growing this program has had a significant impact on our department, on our new paramedics who are just starting to provide this level of service into the community that we serve. I think it's important that everybody in here understands that before a paramedic can provide care on the streets of Merced wearing a Merced Fire uniform, they have to pass their test. So they are vetted through these individuals right here who have a considerable amount of clinical experience as paramedics, and they put their heart and their soul into making sure that we are providing the highest level of service possible to the members of the community. So with that, I want to thank the council, want to thank the city manager, thank all city staff, and again, thank the residents for supporting us as we took this journey down the path of advancing our level of service. I think as you can see through the stats there, we are making a considerable impact out there in the community. I think the patients that have been treated by these individuals right here and our other paramedics can attest to the level of care they're receiving from these folks. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to let's formally recognize them for their great work.
Thank you. Battalion Chief Brunelli's also brought you guys in, showed the awards up there on the screen, but we also got some plaques for you guys too. So Jennifer, before you start taking pictures, if you don't mind, I'll come down and give these plaques to the gentleman. guys want to say anything?
I don't have a speech.
Yeah, thank you for your support, and we're here for the citizens of our community, so thank you for everything.
Yeah, this has been a great advance for us, I think, and Battalion Chief Brunelli's been right in the middle of it, building out our paramedic program, which through these guys really allows us to provide a much higher quality of service to our residents, but especially this is the biggest thing we can do when it comes to addressing the medical care of our community. And so these guys are on the front lines doing it, and we thank you for all your hard work.
Okay, agenda item G, ceremonial matters. G1, proclamation, Bike Month.
All right, our annual proclamation for Bike Month. Lisa, I see you there if you want to come on down. All right. You're welcome to come on down if you want. We're here for Bike Month, our annual May Bike Month proclamation. So I'll turn it over to you and give us a few words about Bike Month, what it means, and why it's important.
Do you want to come speak about Bike Month? Sorry. Sorry, no one told me how to prepare a speech. Sorry.
Sure. So this is Carolina Merced, the new chairperson of the Merced Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission. And so, yeah, Bike Month, we just want to emphasize the importance of a different form of transportation than what most of us are used to. Riding bicycles is easy, it's clean, it's healthy. Most trips to around town are just a mile or two. That's easily done on a bicycle. And we want to appreciate that the work that the city is doing to make bicycling safer and more convenient in our town. It's this long project, but it's ongoing, and the city has some ability and enthusiasm for it. We really appreciate that. And so this is a really appropriate time to say thank you very much. I see some of the city staff here that are involved. And let's keep on going and making it even better.
Whereas for more than a century, the bicycle has been an important part of the lives of many Americans. And today, millions of Americans engage in bicycling to commute to work or school, to achieve and maintain physical fitness, and to recreate with family and friends. And whereas the education of cyclists, pedestrians, and motorists as the proper and safe interaction of traffic is important to ensure the safety and comfort of all roadway users and to reduce accidents, injuries, and fatalities for all. And whereas in 2009, the city established a bicycle advisory commission to serve as an advisory body to improve conditions for bicyclists, to promote bicycling as a means of transportation, to improve safety conditions for bicyclists, and to help implement policy, programs, and bikeway infrastructure for all ages and users, which now acts as a bicycle and pedestrian advisory commission serving users of all modes of active transportation in Merced. And whereas the city seeks to increase the visibility of the benefits of bicycling, including but not limited to improved fitness for cyclists and an overall reduction in motorized trips, which leads to reductions in greenhouse gases and noise, as well as improved traffic flow and air quality for all. And whereas the Merced Bicycle Coalition and independent cyclists throughout our city are promoting greater public awareness of bicycle operation and safety education in an effort to make bicycling a safe and normal means of transportation. Now, therefore, I, Matthew Serrato, Mayor of the City of Merced, on behalf of the City Council, and also on behalf of the City of Merced Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2026 as Bike Month throughout the city, and urge all citizens of Merced to recognize the importance of bicycling for transportation and recreation, and urge everyone to be more aware of cyclists using our public streets. Thank you.
Agenda item H, written petitions and communications. Mayor, the clerk's office received an email from Ramiro Macias regarding agenda item K2. The email was received by the 1 p.m. deadline. It was sent to council and posted on the city's website. Any emails received after the 1 p.m. deadline will be sent to council. Agenda item I, public comments. Members of the public who wish to speak on any matter not listed on the agenda may speak during this portion of the meeting and will be allotted 3 minutes. The mayor may propose a further limit to the time available for all speakers at the discretion of the city council in order to accommodate as many speakers as possible. State law prohibits the city council from acting at this meeting on any matter raised during the public comment period. Members of the public who wish to speak on a matter that is listed on the agenda will be called upon to speak during the discussion of that item. And Mayor, I currently have, I believe, 9 requests to speak forms.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. If you want to call the first several speakers.
Okay, if I can get the first 5 speakers to the podium to my left. Glenn Gelman, Eli Sachet, Gloria Sandoval, Steve Russos, and E.J. Lorenzi.
Go ahead, Glenn.
All right. Well, good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff, fellow Mercedians. My name is Glenn Gallman. I'm a military retiree and a resident of District 6. Tonight, I would like to draw attention to 2 other significant observances. First, Memorial Day. Observed this year on May 25th is a solemn time to mourn, reflect upon, and honor the American service members who gave their lives in defense of our nation. For many veterans and their families, however, Memorial Day also carries another burden: the remembrance of those who we have lost after the battle ended, to the invisible wounds of war, such as PTSD, depression, and suicide. That reflection connects directly to the second observance, May as National Mental Health Awareness Month. This year's theme, More Good Days Together, reminds us that hope, healing, and prevention are strengthened through community. With that spirit in mind, I want to raise awareness of a growing grassroots coalition of federal, state, and local partners working together to reduce military and veteran suicide here in our community. The reality is simple. The VA cannot do all of this work alone. Reducing military and veteran suicide requires a whole-of-community approach. Community partners, including the Veterans Administration, the California Department of Employment, the Merced County Veterans Service Office, San Joaquin Valley Veterans, and WestCare, just to name a few, have begun collaborating to improve coordination, expand access, and deliver timely, effective support to our military and veteran community. Additionally, I'm grateful for ongoing dialogue with the directors of the Merced County Behavioral Health and Human Service agencies as we explore innovative solutions to better serve our veterans, particularly in light of the anticipated impacts of Proposition 1 on local services and funding. Coalitions matter because they unite diverse partners around one shared purpose, and in this case, saving and improving lives. If you would like to learn more about the coalition, please contact the Merced County Veterans Service Office. I'll also be in the back afterwards to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments and your work. All right, good evening.
Hey, good evening. My name's Eli Sachs. I'm a registered nurse living in Merced, and I volunteer for a lot of orgs in town, including American Red Cross and LGBTQ Merced. I came today because I learned about the Bike Month proclamation from finally being able to attend a Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Committee meeting, or BPAC meeting, which I'd been trying to do for 2 years, but they kept getting canceled for administrative reasons. Over the course of these 2 years, though, I've also done research into what Merced City's doing to improve bikeability and what might be possible for our future. I've had meetings with staff at MCAG, put in a bike safety request at Traffic Committee and gone through that process, and I've spoken several times with City Engineer Daryl Jordan, and I've learned that by law, cities are supposed to spend 20% of Measure V funds on bike and pedestrian safety improvements. Unfortunately, the research I've been able to do has shown that Merced has not come close to this benchmark, instead using those funds to pave Yosemite Avenue on the north side recently, for example. This makes me truly incensed as a lifelong bike rider while there's still a huge sunken-in crater on the Bear Creek bike path at our street since it caved in the floods in 2023, I believe. There are very few bikeable thoroughfares from the north and south ends of town also, which makes the Bike Month proclamation feel quite hollow to me. I was doubly dismayed at the BPAC meeting where Daryl Jordan was truly adversarial with the commissioner's constructive comments, making it very clear that he does not take direction from BPAC. He only takes direction from the city council, hence me being here today. There's so much potential for Merced to be a very bike and pedestrian-friendly city if only BPAC were given a seat at the table, ensuring that Measure V money is spent on smart bike and pedestrian safety improvements for Merced. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Good evening, Gloria.
Good evening, council and staff and members of the public. Well, I want to just give you some comments of some of my worry that is happening right now. There's a real dangerous global landscape that we're living in right now. And a lot of it has to do with, issues of war, issues of starvation in different places. Our voting rights are being challenged. You're entering a budget process that is going to be really challenging to all of you. Cost of living, cost of gas, lack of affordable housing, artificial intelligence taking jobs away. I believe Zuckerberg had announced 8,000 people being laid off just in his company. The reason that I'm bringing this up is because I was able to watch the presentations at the county level. 3 directors of the county presented from their 3 different departments the impacts of HR1, which was the big, somebody calls them beautiful, I say ugly bill. And it's, that was part of the presentation that they gave. It was a projection of what the eligibility changes are, the changes in numbers and receiving of monies. I'd like to ask you, and I think that we need a more educated audience and so people to understand how our city is not exempt from being affected by some of these things that are coming down. It's not all gonna happen at the same time. There's gonna be some work for eligibility of services. There's gonna be only a 3-month SNAP or food stamps in 3 years. There's a work eligibility, Medi-Cal, healthcare costs, not only gonna be going up, but some people aren't even gonna have it. But this brings me just to my suggestion that the city consider having presentations that give that kind of projection, to our community. We need to know what's gonna be considered by you. So there's always a lot of things to have to cover with our budget. I understand that part of it is parks and community services already increased their fees. So there's gonna be less opportunity for us. But just some thoughts for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sandoval. All right, Dr. Russo.
Good evening, council, staff, community members. Steve Russos. I'm here representing our organization, Hlu Hmong Center, and Hlu means love in Hmong. And I just want to say on May 9th, we had our 3rd annual Hmong American Day at Bob Hart Square, and it was fantastic. I want to thank the city, Chris Jensen, Elvira Mejia, others, Public Works. Several of you were there. Thank you for your support. What was amazing for us is we've been doing these kinds of events for years, and this was one of the first times as we walked around and talked to people, and they said that they did not know enough about our Hmong community, and this was a chance because it was downtown and people were walking around with their Cold Stone ice cream or coming out of 510 Bistro, whatever. They were coming out and they were seeing things that sometimes they don't have a chance to do because our events happen in further places that are closed. And I just never considered how powerful it would be to have a public venue like that that's open from all sides, and to bring the community together. It was incredible, and many people loved it, so we're planning for next year. Many, many thanks, and I hope other groups consider doing their events at Bob Hart Square as well. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. You guys did a wonderful job, especially the Mondo building in the museum. That was fantastic. Thank you. All right, Mr. E.J. Lorenzi.
Thank you, Mayor Serrato, and to the City Council. I'm here this evening to invite the City Council at our Booster Club function on May 27th at the new A-Gym Square building on 26th and M Street. We're going to be announcing at that time our new plaza, A-Gym Plaza, and we'd love to have the City Council there to be our guest. So if at the same time, I would like to comment, Saturday evening, I was at Bob Hart Square, a development that the Lorenzi family put together, and I saw the beautiful function of the Hmong community, and I couldn't believe how many people and how much fun and everything else was there in the plaza. And so what's I see is that Bob Hart Square today is really taking the position of being the center of downtown. And so we look forward to having the City Council and the staff, Scott and all there that evening for a little bit of pasta and Italian celebration. God bless.
Thanks, sir. What time on the 27th?
Oh, I'm sorry. 5:30.
5:30?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, sir.
I'm following. I can't believe it.
All right. Next group of speakers, Jennifer.
Okay, if I can get Eli Torres, Marcus Ariano, Joe Bracella, Gino Cui, and Aggie Freeman. I just called him.
I can't believe I'm following Elmer Lorenzi.
All right. This is, I think our next speaker, you Eli Torres?
Okay.
I think Mr. Torres was next.
I'm sorry.
Unless you see.
I'm hard of hearing. Did I blow it? I can't hear what's being. I'm sorry.
Mr. Torres, would you be willing to? We appreciate you. All right, go ahead, sir, whenever you're ready.
$1,500 for these. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, sir. You go ahead.
Are you going to let me go?
Yeah, you go.
I'm sorry. I'm Joe Bruscia. I am a former executive director of the instructional programs for Merced Union High School District. I'm now retired for over 20 years, and I'm spending all my time walking on the bike paths and riding the bike. My daily walk is a bit scary. Passing me and others within inches are adults and youth with traditional and electric bikes, scooters, and those fast skateboards, all without any warning. No, on your left, or I'm passing through. And after a walk, we get together with other walkers, and same thing happens with them. There is a problem. And to improve this problem, I've handed out a comprehensive program that you can take a look at and work from there. By the way, I researched a lot of cities. They have education programs on teaching kids bike etiquette and the bike laws. If you get a chance, go on the internet. You'll find all kinds of wonderful programs, anywhere from Marin County, Sacramento, San Diego, and so on. I urge you to review and start some kind of communications with our citizens. And you can start with the school districts. Now's a great time to see them now. That'd be a great summer job for somebody in the school district to put something together where we can teach some kids and adults some etiquette. Just to say something as simple as on your left when they pass. Another immediate thing, and on the handout you have out there on the second page is a handout that when you send the bill out, there's a little handout for adults, just reminding them the etiquette of saying on your left or giving a toot or something like that. It goes in your bill. It doesn't even cost an extra stamp. As a matter of fact, you used to have something called Merced Connecting or something like that, a little newsletter that went out. That's a couple of the solutions. Other things are involving the SROs at the campuses. And be aware, I read the Fresno Bee, there are accidents every week or two with an electric bike usually, and 14-year-old parents giving their kids an electric scooter, which are more scarier than the electric bikes. If you're walking and they come by, they can't control those very well. As I leave you, I just want to remind you one thing. Leadership is knowledge, communication skills, and caring, in this case, caring for your citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce. I think we'll return either on our June 1st or June 15th meeting to talk more about some of the items you just brought up. And I'm going to pass these flyers out to some of those kids downtown who are always swerving at everybody's trucks. Mr. Torres.
That's the one, yeah. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, guys.
It's okay. All right. Who's next? Mr. Ariano? Good evening, Marcus.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and the public. My name is Marcus Ariano with Treehouse Tutoring, and today I'm here on behalf of the Hmong American Day Organizational Committee. As Steve Roussos already iterated, just want to reiterate some of his points. May 9th, we had an amazing turnout to our Hmong American Day event downtown. And one of the reasons for this amazing turnout was due to having it at the heart of Merced, right at Bob Hart Square. So just wanted to have some thank yous, one to the city of Merced, one specific thank you to the director of Parks and Rec, Chris Jensen. We started this process with him back in October of last year and very quickly determined that Bob Hart Square would be a perfect location for it. One, for bringing out a lot of the community that might not know about certain events like these, and two, to highlight the strength of the Merced community at large. And I did just want to say thank you to the council on their leadership when it comes to the street closure ordinance. I know some of the matters there are still up in the air, but I just did want to say that events like this one, events like Lao New Year of last week, the Merced Arts Festival this week, all show the vibrance of the Merced community and how much our citizens really want to come out and support these things. And so any legislation moving forward, I think, should be made with this in mind. And once again, thank you to everyone who came out. And if you didn't get a chance to go this year, we are already planning for next year and hope to have an even stronger collaboration with the city to make it better than ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. Thank you for a fantastic event. All right. Gene, I think you were next. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and public. And I haven't been here for a few months, but it's always a joy to come, and I love to hear what happens at the meetings, and I love to stay to the end and hear comments of what everyone is doing. So this is great opportunity. And I would like to start by saying I'd like to follow up with Dr. Roos's building community. So important. We need to work together. We need to have the public and the council work together. So that's what I'm hoping. And I want to comment on Mr. Thao and Mr. Shong. We did what you call Jacob's Rock, but it was it was actually promoted by another group with the housing and concerns with South Merced. We walked for about 45 minutes, do you remember? And at the end, we started at the center there on Childs Avenue, Golden Valley. And we walked along Childs Avenue and on a couple of side streets so we could see what was there. And Mr. Thao said at the end, may I quote you, and you can say, maybe I don't get it exactly right, but he said, you know, if I hadn't gone with the public, I wouldn't have seen some of these things. So I think it's really important that we get together with the public you know, you're doing your thing and we're doing our thing. And by the way, the Bicycle Coalition, I think there were 7 months we didn't have meetings, and I thought it just seems to be a box to check off. And I'm hoping that will change, and it's Bike Month. So I think that's really a good opportunity for us to work together. And I would like to challenge you, let's do it again. I did it with Mr. Harris. I see he's not here tonight, but Councilmember Harris on 21st Street, because there were concerns with the public about safety on that road, going from 140, Highway 140 on 21st, people had to cross over to town, and it's residential, and the property owners said they can't even get out of their driveways, and it was really eye-opening. It was very eye-opening. We had 3 people. I'm a property owner there in that area, in his district, District 3, and we had 2 other people from that district, and Mr. Harris, and it was very good that we get together. I think we need to build community in whatever we do. And so I'd like to challenge you to walk. I did a 45-minute walk from the bus stop. Actually, I talked to somebody that got off a bus with a bicycle, and he told me about how he was riding on Olive Avenue. I can't remember the side street, but he was hit by a car. He had a $100,000 settlement. The person was driving was speeding and ran into him. So safety is number one. And if we have, I think there are 7 miles of bike paths. Did I time it? We got a few more minutes.
5 seconds.
7 miles of bike paths that are on busy roads. I used to come to the city to ride on along the bike paths. But anyway, let's get together.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Welcome back. Ms. Freeman.
Mr. Mayor. I do.
Jennifer, do we have any other speakers?
I believe she's the last one.
Thank you. Aggie, whenever you're ready.
Mr. Mayor, council, staff, my name is Aggie Freeman. I'm here representing District 6 as a community leader on behalf of our veterans in our community and on behalf of all of those in our community that support the Merced Field of Honor. A few weeks ago, the city recognized some volunteers of the year, and I was corralled by the veterans who were in attendance that day in the lobby downstairs, and they asked me, "Did you see it?" District 6 councilman, you remained seated during the flag salute. So we see you. Our veterans see you. So I was inspired to write a letter to you, Mr. Zhang. This letter, I'm writing this letter to you as a community leader alongside Merced citizens who pay attention to the leadership and conduct demonstrated on the Merced City Council dais. Leadership is demonstrated through integrity and respect for the institutions, traditions, and freedoms that unite our community and our nation. When City Council members take office, each swears an oath, a solemn oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, and to faithfully discharge the duties of public office. The integrity of that oath matters. Public office carries integrity beyond politics and personal preference. At the beginning of each City Council meeting, the chamber rises for prayer and recites the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Week after week, while we stand to honor the American flag, you remain seated. Councilmember Zhang, while no one questions your constitutional right to make your own personal and political choices, the citizens of Merced absolutely do have the right to question your message. While our citizens stand and you remain seated, our question is, who are you representing at that moment? This is about Merced. Respect for the flag, respect for the sacrifices made under the flag, respect for the office you hold, and respect for the community who elected you to serve us. Councilman Jong, respectfully and unmistakably, the people of Merced want you to know we see you. Our veterans see you. And we stand for the flag because it represents to us duty, integrity, citizenship, unity, honor, respect, sacrifice, service, and freedom. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman. Jennifer. Jennifer, anyone else?
I think that's all we had, Mayor.
Okay, takes us to consent.
Okay, agenda item J, consent calendar.
All right. Any items that any members of the council wish to have pulled for separate consideration? Councilmember Tao.
Yeah, Mayor, I would like to recuse myself for J5 because I was on the planning commission and vote for the items.
Okay.
Mayor, I will also need to recuse myself for J5.
Okay. All right, so we'll have 2 recusals for J5, which takes us to 3. We're going to want a quorum for J5. So, Attorney or City Attorney.
Yes, Mayor, Council, excuse me. With the lack of a quorum, we cannot conduct business. The interesting part is it's for the item, but we cannot conduct business under our quorum.
Okay. For J5.
For J5,
Yes.
quorum of 4.
Okay. So we'll, okay, well, 2 recusals on J5. Any other items that anyone would like to see pulled for separate consideration? All right, Jennifer, anything from the public?
I do have one from Araceli Ocampo for agenda item J4.
Okay. We'll pull that. And nothing else, that was it, just J4?
That was it.
Discussion or motion with respect to the balance?
Motion.
Second.
You have a motion by Councilmember Boyle, or Mayor Pro Tem Boyle, and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. We'll move to J4. And if Araceli. Good evening.
Good afternoon. My name is Araceli Ocampo. I work with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. We are encouraged by the city doing its due diligence on preparing for the implementation of the legal requirements of SB 707, or Government California Government Code 54953.4 by the July 1st deadline, and thanks staff for working to find the best conference technology to support the public in being civically engaged. While today's decision is specifically to approve the legislative body members to use remote participation in cases of disability, SB 707 is intended to diversify and increase public engagement in local government to ensure that, regardless of location, residents are able to participate in democratic processes and help guide policy and programs that impact their everyday life. Public participation is a crucial component for the body as it makes decisions impacting the entire city. As public servants, please use SB 707 requirements as an opportunity to improve the public ability to give input as it contributes to good governance and improves your ability to better serve the city. In addition to the SB 707 requirements, please ensure that the upcoming plan does not decrease speaking time and that a minimum of 3 minutes per person is allowed, and that any public member has the right to their allotted time without limits to the number of speakers per agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Additional, Jennifer, anything else from the public on J4?
That's all we have, Mayor.
All right, back to council for discussion or a motion.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Councilmember Tao. The motion will include the adoption of Resolution 2026-22, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, adopting Administrative Policy and Procedure C9, Legislative Body Reasonable Accommodation Policy for Remote Participation at Meetings Subject to the Brown Act. Mayor and Council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. J5 takes the J5, but J5 will have to be rescheduled for a future date due to lack of a quorum. And that takes us to our public hearing. And our first public hearing, item K1.
Okay, agenda item K, public hearings. K1, public hearing, request to open and continue the scheduled public hearing, receipt of final public comment and final review and approval of the U.S. Housing and Urban Development 2026 Annual Action Plan to the June 1st, 2026 City Council meeting, including approval and award of funding for projects and activities listed in the draft final plan.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right, Kim, welcome.
Good evening, City Council. I don't have a presentation prepared for tonight. I'm not sure we need one. It's a pretty fast and simple item. But I want to just go through a few things. The reasons for the continuance, we are recalculating some of our home funds. Right now, after the conditional commitment letter was approved for Link Housing, we are simultaneously working with Merced Village on the home ARP documents, so that's kept us a little busy, sidelined, and not able to spend as much time on the annual plan as we probably should. And then we're also finalizing the project list with CDBG funds and working out the final funding, whether to use home or CDBG for certain projects. We did get the HUD allocations announced on April 3rd. Our home allocation will be $1,045,361, and home funds will be $452,365. It's an overall net reduction of about $39,000 from last year. And currently, we are on time with HUD's timeline. The submittal deadline is June 3rd. We are slightly behind our own timeline that we set, but the timeline that we set builds in this flexibility to be able to move items to different meetings. So, all right, so what we're asking council to do is open the public hearing, accept any public comment that might be here in attendance tonight and willing to provide their comment, and then continue it to the next meeting, June 1st.
Thank you, Ms. Nutt. First, any questions for Kim? All right, seeing none, we'll open the public hearing at this time. Jennifer, do we have any requests to speak from the public?
I do have two, one from Leticia Luque and Sheila Garcia.
All right. Leticia, I think you were first.
Good afternoon. My name is Leticia Luque, and I am the warehouse supervisor at Harvest Time. We have a video for you guys to watch. Maybe.
You timed it just perfectly, so the delay went. Oh, you got it.
Harvest Time is a food ministry that is here for the community. We gather food from different vendors around Merced, and we get food together, and we have sometimes up to 30 volunteers that come in and help put it all together and hand it out to our community. Right now we are helping 330 families every 2 weeks.
My name is Mika Martinez. I am the Assistant Supervisor of Harvest Time Warehouse. I have been here a little over 3 years. We have a good partnership not only with our food bank, but with Catholic Charities, with Target, with Save Mart. And then we have local people that come that have harvested their trees, their fruit trees at home, and they've brought it here to us. So yeah, we have a good partnership with a lot of people. In our mission, it says that we are filling the food gap or the food insecurities in our community.
Harvest time is for those that have food insecurity or lack of food, if they're having to make choices between paying the rent or buying groceries. From the very beginning, it's all been volunteers that had a heart for the community and to serve others. So we're trying to help fill in the gaps.
I'm Patricia. I work at the Atwater Super Target. I actually reached out to Harvest Time. We were looking for a secondary place to donate food because we were getting so much that we needed to get out of the store and didn't want to waste. And then just from working with them, I've learned like they're very passionate about the community and giving to those in need. They always ask us for anything that they need. It's a great community, very nice people. They care about you. You can't go wrong.
That's it. Thank you very much. You guys have been a big support for us, so we appreciate it.
You guys are a blessing, and thank you. And you timed the video to the second perfectly. That was pretty good. So thank you all for your work. Sheila.
Just push the side. That's the last one. How do I get back to the first? That's the last slide. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members and staff. The food box distribution that you saw in the video is the culmination of hard work and long hours throughout the month. Just driving by the warehouse when we're closed and it's all quiet, it's difficult to imagine what takes place inside. So we're grateful to the RISE team at United Way for putting together that video for us. We have the 2 distributions that are listed here. Food box is twice a month, while the perishable pickup is Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Harvest Time was conducting food recovery long before it became a mandate. By definition, it is the practice of capturing surplus edible food from businesses or farms that would otherwise be discarded and redirecting it to feed people in need. It acts to alleviate hunger and reduce landfill waste. Harvest Time recovers an average of 50,000 pounds per month. In addition to the food we recover, we also purchase dry and refrigerated items from the food bank to help make the boxes uniform as much as possible. All on a food bank or a food budget of about $750 a month. This slide shows the number of individuals we served last month, to a 20% increase from just a couple years ago. Here we have Diane and Ruby, 2 of our volunteers are preparing homeless bagged lunches for our program, and they're delivered Monday, Wednesday, and Friday to the rescue mission. It's a great partnership. We provide the lunches, and the mission provides the programs to help people get off of the streets. Then in January of this year, the rescue mission asked if we could provide even more bagged lunches for their Village of Hope. We now deliver 100 lunches per month to help with their respite care program. Our volunteers are vital to our operation. We simply couldn't exist without them. Whether they drive, sort food, or distribute, every task is important. Here we have Buster handing out orange juice and 1 minute and moving stacks of pallets the next. And here in the red hat is Carlos getting ready. He gets quite a workout on distribution days as the boxes weigh between 45 and 50 pounds each. Our mission statement is to bridge the gap of food insecurity in our community, one family at a time. It's difficult for people to feel hopeful when they are hungry, so that's what we provide, hope. 1 box or 1 lunch at a time, and with your help, we'll be able to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Jennifer, anything else from the public?
That's all we have, Mayor.
All right. So the request is to continue the public hearing. So leave the public hearing open and continue it to the next meeting. All right. Is there a motion to that effect? Kim's nodding.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. And the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay,
See you back June 1st.
Agenda item K2, public hearing, site plan review permit number 26-0018 and minor use permit number 26-0030, initiated by Eric Gonzalez on behalf of Yosemite 1380 LLC, property owner. The project site is a 3.19 acre portion of a 5.7 acre parcel. The subject site is generally located on the south side of East Yosemite Avenue, approximately 460 feet west of Parsons Avenue. It's 1380 East Yosemite Avenue. This request would allow the development of a self-storage facility, approximately 500 storage units at a site zone plan development number 20 and designated business park in the general plan.
Thank you, Jennifer. Before we begin, we have City Attorney Cornwell, Councilor Tao, Councilor DuPont. Mr. City Attorney.
Well, we can start with our conflicts.
Okay. Councilor Tao.
Yeah, I need to recuse myself for this item. I was on the planning commission for this item.
Okay. Councilor DuPont.
Mayor, I need to recuse myself from this item as the applicant is a client of my law firm.
All right. Mr. Mayor, that would bring us down to 3 for lack of a quorum like the other item. We cannot conduct business on this item this evening. Staff is to contact the clerk's office and we can renotice for a public hearing for a future date.
Okay. Sounds good. And on the agenda today, it said the staff recommendation was to continue this possibly to June the 1st. So could be then, most likely June 1st?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we do have public comment. Do we want to take that now or can we take that June 1st?
June 1st, we can't take the public comment with 3 council members.
Gotcha.
Okay. Great. All right. I apologize to everybody who is here tonight for that item. Due to lack of a quorum, while we can't take any action tonight, but we'll be ready on June the 1st.
Okay, agenda item K3, adoption of an urgency ordinance extending a temporary moratorium on street closure encroachment permits pursuant to California Government Code Section 65858.
Thank you, Jennifer. Ms. Lucas.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Mr. City Manager, and Mr. City Attorney. I'm Rhonda Lucas, and I am presenting tonight, but this really is the Rhonda, Sam, and Chris show. This is a joint collaborative effort currently amongst city planning, city attorney's office, and Parks and Recreation Department. A little bit of background on how we got here. As you all may recall, you adopted an urgency ordinance, which placed a moratorium on the mechanism by which we allowed events to take place. It was the street closure ordinance at chapter 12.42 of Merced Municipal Code. As more and more events were occurring, which is wonderful for our community, we found out in the administration of those that there were inconsistencies in the ordinance and existing policies. We weren't consistently applying, and that was leading to a concern about public health and safety and welfare, and opening ourselves up to allegations of being arbitrary and capricious. None of that is good. So we wanted to take a step back, assess what the demands actually were, and come up with a workable solution. Again, you adopted urgency ordinance number 2590 that created this moratorium on April 20th, 2026. Importantly, since you've created that moratorium, the ordinance contained an administrative discretionary process to allow events to occur, and events have occurred with some success, actually with amazing success. I don't think we've had really any negative feedback up to this point. And you heard about Hmong New Year and the Lao celebration, and those are just a few examples. This exception, the rules under which we've been operating, would also be extended under tonight's proposed ordinance. Importantly, let me go back one. Without this extension, the moratorium will expire June 4th, 2026, and we will not have an opportunity to revisit this issue without a moratorium. We will just have to reinstitute 12.42 and try and figure out the answers. And the reason for that is because of the government code provision under which we're operating. If you pass tonight's proposed urgency ordinance, we will get an extension for 10 months and 15 days. Again, that is the very specific provision of the code. We don't get to ask for a different time frame. It's 10 months and 15 days. It is our desire to continue working diligently and have a proposed solution prior to the expiration of those 10 months and 15 days, but that's kind of the only option the government code gives us. And lastly, we have been working both internally from all of our departments, as well as doing some public outreach, and we will continue those efforts, and that's part of the reason we're requesting that you extend the moratorium. Again, you allow the city manager to administratively approve the street closure encroachment permits, specifically in the downtown area, just as a case study. If an event utilizes Bob Hart Square and the square is available, the event will be approved. If the event needs additional space and we can facilitate it by closing Canal, that likewise will, in all likelihood, be approved. Outside the downtown area, we want to apply that same model. If the event can utilize any available city-owned spaces reservable and suitable for housing events, the events will be approved. Examples of these spaces outside of downtown include the Senior Community Center, Rotary Scout Hut, Merced Open Air Theater, park picnic shelters, moat, and those types of venues. Staff's thought behind this is that you, the council, have invested funds and resources and made policy decisions to create spaces to host community events. And we need to be consistent with those both fiscal and policy decisions and direction that you've given us. In addition to, you have other spaces for other public needs, such as ingress and egress. And we need to balance all of those competing demands to the extent that we have a publicly available space that the council has designated and invested in. We should be utilizing that, we believe, rather than imposing on or infringing upon, for example, a street closure that's really primary purpose is ingress and egress. The city policy A25 is an outdated policy, candidly. It was last touched in 1997. It is entitled Use of City and Redevelopment Agency Owned Real Property. We don't have a redevelopment agency anymore. It references aspects of the Merced Municipal Code that are no longer in existence and that I couldn't find even using our resources in the clerk's office. So it's very hard to truly ascertain what the overall intent was. Based on all of our discussions internally and under the guidance of city manager, staff is going to be recommending that we remove this policy altogether, that we rescind it. This policy was adopted by resolution, so we will request the rescission by resolution as well. We are taking the aspects of this policy that work and are still applicable and make sense, and incorporating, our plan is to incorporate them into the new program that we hope to have in front of you before 10 days and 15, or 10 months and 15 days. So what's the new concept of the new ordinance? Number one, it focuses on the event. Prior to this endeavor, the focus was on closing streets. That was the mechanism. Staff has taken a holistic approach, looking at, again, across all departments and looking at our municipal code and saying, the focus should be on the event. What does the event demand, and how best do we facilitate the event and maximize our city utilities? It requires events to be held in city-created reservable spaces if those spaces are available and appropriate for the proposed event. It allows for street closure encroachment permits, but limits our reliance on street closures, again, by placing the events in areas that are created to house such events. Bob Hart Square, Applegate Park, the Moat, for example. We heard loudly from the community, those who did attend, and thank you for those in the downtown area who attended the one community outreach meeting. They would like one-stop shopping. That's what I'm calling it, my words, nobody else's. Where in the past, because we focused on the street closure, many of our event organizers, they were at planning, then they were sent to Parks and Rec, sometimes they were sent to Public Works or PD, and that got frustrating and it really wasn't efficient at all. We're trying to fix that, which is part of the reason we need the extension. We're trying to take a broad-based approach and figure out how to make it all fit and work together with hopefully one application, a clear set fee and permit structure. And then on the back end, we staff, it's up to us to go to each department. We're not gonna burden the citizenry is our hope. Continued, again, a standardized approach to fees. Event organizers must coordinate with affected businesses associated with the approved event location and the Parks and Rec Department. What we mean by that, the concept that we have right now, is that if, for example, you're hosting an event and you close Canal, you need to reach out, and I shouldn't say you, I'm gonna host an event at Bob Hart Square and close Canal. I need to reach out to the Canal business owners and let them know of the event and offer them an opportunity to participate in the event if they so choose, free of cost. Likewise, I need to work through Parks and Rec because they will be the point on this new policy, this new ordinance, and give them a table or a space to promote whatever the city wants to promote as part of the event. We are recommending, and we would very much like your feedback on this, that we stop allowing as a general rule or routine practice event organizers to utilize city-owned parking structures to house their events. Under policy 825 in part, we allowed that for a nominal fee. I believe it was $35. Some of our thought and rationale behind this is, as we've seen in recent events, or in recent past with the events that have been occurring, as we direct people into Bob Hart Square and sometimes close Canal, we have increased demand for the existing parking structures because you're taking away some parking, you're channeling people in. And so we want to use those parking facilities for the purpose for which they were intended, and you all invested in them, parking, not hosting events. Also, a couple council meetings ago, you approved a pretty substantial budget item for elevator repair and whatnot. In talking to city staff, utilizing our parking structures to house events and other purposes for which they weren't primarily designed for greatly increases maintenance, wear and tear, and our hope is, again, to focus on the primary purpose that you all created things for, and we are recommending, or will be recommending unless you tell us you don't like the idea, that as a general rule, we stop allowing the rental of a parking structure. The City Council will be given the right to approve very unique or large events. This is a concept that we kicked around. It also came out of our public outreach meeting that we had in the downtown area. If we'd like a set of rules, we'd like a set of ordinances, but if there's an exception out there, there's an event that we just didn't think of, or it's a once-in-a-lifetime occasion and it's too good of an opportunity to pass up, but we never contemplated it, we want to provide an opportunity wherein we process the application, we get the staff report ready, but ultimately the decision would rest with you, the City Council, as to whether or not you want to, for that one event, utilize additional street closures or greater access. In general, we hope that you give us the additional time to come up with a thoughtful, holistic approach. That is what, if you pass the urgency ordinance tonight, you will allow us to do. If not, we'll figure it out. We'll make do. And so what are we asking for? We would really love your input on these concepts. And secondly, we would like for you to move to adopt tonight's urgency ordinance and extend the city's temporary moratorium on street closures for a period of 10 months and 15 days. I know that this extends us through Veterans Day and the holiday and Christmas. Hopefully we'll get it done by then, but if we don't, we already know that we will be hosting our Veterans Day parade. We will be hosting our Christmas event via the exception allowed. And at that point, if you have any questions or comments for Sam, Chris, or I, have at it.
Okay. Thank you, Ron. Any questions for our team, for our Chief Deputy City Attorney, also for Mr. Richer, Mr. Jensen? Okay, seeing none at this time. And Ron, again, before Schneider 2, you have two requests. One, most importantly, consideration of the extension of the emergency ordinance to extend the temporary moratorium on street closures for 10 months, 15 days. And then second, possible, you want input, discussion, direction, but we're not making any decisions tonight. You're going to come back at some point, and staff will come back with a final.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. The decision point tonight is whether or not you will pass an urgency ordinance that gives us that extension. With or without the extension, you will have at some point in time in front of you an ordinance that makes all of the necessary changes and you full public hearing and the normal ordinance adoption process at that point in time.
All right. Any questions before we open the public hearing? Okay, seeing none, Jennifer will open the public hearing.
Okay,
and are there any requests to speak from the public?
I do have one request to speak from Eli Torres.
All right, thank you. Mr. Torres.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Gloria Valdovinos. I am the Executive Director to the Downtown Merced Partnership, as well as Visit Merced, which is the new tourism improvement district here for Merced. First, I want to give a huge shout out and thank you to city staff for the work that they've been doing on this ordinance and for how collaborative and responsive they've been throughout this process. I know that it's not, I know that it's important and complex issue, and I appreciate the time and thought put into this. I love and support a lot that was said in the ordinance concept today, and again, thank you staff for working on this. I wanted to make a comment on the proposed no longer allowing the parking structure to routinely be used to house events. While I don't specifically have a stance on that specific operational matter, I did want to encourage council and staff as part of this ordinance development process to continue exploring pathways for events like the supermarket and other future large-scale community events to continue occurring in downtown. Events like these create opportunities for younger generations to build a connection with downtown. We've seen these events bring thousands of people into the community, including many young attendees and visitors from outside of Merced. And I think those experiences really matter long-term. As Merced continues to grow outwardly, I think it's important now more than ever that we continue intentionally nurturing downtown Merced and how people experience it, especially for younger audiences who are still forming their relationships with our city and our community spaces. These events have happened in other places like Applegate Park and now at the Merced Mall parking lot. And while those locations can absolutely host these events, I think events like these deserve a home with an environment that creates broader connection and experience. It's different when they're part of an ecosystem like downtown Merced, where attendees are surrounded by local businesses, restaurants, art, and the overall character of the district, creating a stronger sense of place and connection, just like you heard from the Mong organizers and the events. People were very excited to be able to host a large-scale event in downtown. And even with that, I know that there was a lot of people here, and so we want to make sure that we're creating that space. I appreciate the thoughtful approach that's been taken with this ordinance, and I also want to express my support for extending the timeline to allow staff and stakeholders additional time to continue shaping it in a way that both addresses operational concerns and preserves opportunities for activations and community connection in downtown Merced, not just for the Merced of today, but for the Merced of the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. A little applause. Eli, thank you you get up your spot twice today, so thank you for that.
For the third time, thank you. This is actually my first time ever at a meeting, so it's just pretty neat. I appreciate you guys having me. It is nerve-wracking and exciting at the same time. I just wanted to, I agree that more time definitely on this would be a good idea. It seems like there's a lot to kind of manage. I feel like my event, which some of you may know, is the supermarket. I'm uniquely spaced in a very specific style of event. I've been doing this. We're doing an event May 31st at the mall using a parking lot structure, privately owned, but still parking lot, and it still gets the people working, moving. I do think it's our 5-year anniversary, so we first started doing the back parking lot of 16th Street 5 years ago, which is crazy. We're still going. Parking lots have been a pretty key piece of what we do, and I think it was touched on. You're right, maybe the fee for parking lot structures maybe were low. I didn't set them. I'd be more than willing to pony up for more if that's ever needed. I do think raising prices on things like that to accommodate, like you said, the elevators and things like that, that's a great idea. I also think if that structure just becomes an issue, I think I'm one of the unique vendors who maybe has only used that outside of movies in the park, I believe, occasionally. So frequently that was used just by me, which we were able to make a beautiful event there. But there's other spaces in down, and I think Farmers Market continues to do a great job of utilizing the space just next to Bob Hart Square, which I think, utilizing both together going forward would be a beautiful thing to see. I do understand the concern with parking, and I've definitely dealt with that concern a lot over the years we've dealt with our events. But I do see that there's a lot of potential in finding ways to successfully utilize parking lot structures. Other towns do it frequently, other spaces. We've seen other cities do full carnivals in parking lots, and for some reason they were able to continue their week without any issues at all. Sometimes Modesto Mall brings in a giant jump house parking lot that takes over, a whole section. People are running and jumping around. So parking lots, I think, are utilized in other towns very well to host certain styles of event. Again, mine is very unique in that way. Throughout the 5 years, I think we haven't done any street closures on Main Street ever, yet have had very well success. Every single shopper has been able to find a parking space. We don't have a lot of parking downtown, but we also have a lot of parking downtown. It's unique. The fact that we've been able to host these events in Applegate Park is the perfect example of that. Applegate Park has probably the most small amount of parking out of any event space we've ever done, yet people are willing to park up to a mile away to go and attend this awesome space at the park, which again, I'm super excited about revitalizing and just continuing to punch that. But yeah, I think more time is needed. I just hope During that time, it's considered to look at alternative options of not necessarily just saying no to parking lots, but seeing how we can do that properly in your guys' opinion. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your input and your perspective. Anyone else?
That's all we
around
have,
the public?
Mayor. That's all we have, Mayor.
Okay. Close the public hearing, bring back to council. First for additional questions, Councilmember DuPont.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if we're agendized tonight to provide input on the proposed new ordinance concepts. I think we're agendized tonight to approve or not approve the urgency ordinance. So I want to be mindful and careful of how we have agendized ourselves for the discussion. But I am in support of moving forward with the urgency ordinance. I think the urgency ordinance in place currently, we've seen what it has done as a positive impact for the city. Last week we had back-to-back events, Bob Hart Square and Canal. We're starting to build really recognition throughout the Central Valley of our downtown and the events we hold. So I think it's important to continue with the urgency ordinance.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
I guess I first want to ask, are we able to provide the input on the new ordinance or not?
Mayor and council, we have a motion in the agenda directing staff to continue to study this issue and return with proposed amendments to the municipal code to establish a comprehensive framework governing street closures, focusing on the nature of the special event, including distinctions between parades, community events, and other uses of the public right-of-way. So any discussions revolving that motion, I think the public is on notice of. So we can.
Okay. So we can talk.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
What if we, go ahead.
No.
What if we make it two-step, we could vote on the adopting the urgency or extending the urgency ordinance, and then everybody kind of just give their input on the next thing. And we're not going to give formal direction, but I think what Rhonda was requesting is just for us to give our input. So without necessarily, go ahead, but without giving formal direction or anything,
Right.
we can give our
At
thoughts.
least yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry. Sorry.
Thank you for the clarification. Yeah, I'm fine with extending it. I think this will allow staff to go through this more thoroughly and have continued conversations in regards to that. In regards to stop all of the city-owned parking structures to house events, I would like more research into this. If it only costs $35 to reserve a parking lot or parking structure, I think it needs to be looked into because not every parking lot is built the same in the city of Merced either. Eli, I know that you've had the Super Flea in the parking lot next to N Street once when N Street was closed down. I went to it. It was a nighttime one. It was a great event. And I think you've utilized parking lots in a way that no one thought to utilize. So I would say I think it's fair for staff, though, to look into seeing what should the cost be for ongoing maintenance. This is something I've brought up in other discussions, not just parking lots, but our parks. Like, we bring new things, but what does that long-term maintenance look like to make sure that, you know, next year we're not having to spend $800,000 on a new elevator. So I think it's worth having the conversation to see what could work. And maybe there's only certain parking lots that would be approved for these type of things, but Eli, you brought up actually a good point is our farmers market utilizes a parking lot for their farmers market every Saturday. So they would be exempt from using the parking lot, which they've used for how many years now. So I think it's worth our staff having a conversation to see what that looks like in regards to the parking structures.
All right. Councilmember DuPont.
Well, now that we can discuss it, might as well discuss it.
Hold on, Councilmember, if I can make a point to Councilmember Boyle talking about the farmer's market. I think it's important to point out that the farmer's market is under a conditional use permit. It was conditioned to use that. So it can only operate between certain times where it doesn't impact parking. So I just want to make sure that there is a clarification on that one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Dupont.
Thank you. I think some of the points that have been made for the new ordinance are appropriate. I think working with businesses that may be affected and having at least a discussion on, hey, do you want to participate in this this event that we are having, again, allows them to participate if they want to, but also allows that business to come forward and be out on either a street closure or on Canal or wherever it may be, so they are partaking in really the benefit of the event as well. I will say we have made huge investments in our spaces, Bob Hart Square, Applegate Park, the Moat, and we continue to make huge investments in these areas. I was sitting at Lao New Year talking to people that were in attendance, and I could see the farmers market over there. You know, those are parking spaces that could be utilized for events that are happening downtown. I think actually the farmers market would benefit going into Bob Hart Square or being in the center of really where Main Street is. It's kind of hidden in a corner right now where not a lot of people see it, not a lot of people may know it's there. The key thing about Bob Hart Square when you're utilizing it is when there's big events like Lao New Year or the other events that have been happening in downtown and Main Street is still open, you have people that are driving on Main Street when they see an event that's going on both on Canal and Bob Hart Square, they actually slow down and they're looking like, what's going on? What event is going on? So I think really farmers market could benefit from that going into Bob Hart Square, and we could utilize those parking spaces. I think the $35 fee is way too low. We should be looking, if we want to use parking spaces, we need to look at what would be allowable. I mean, some of the issues that I also think is we are providing a space for $35 and we have vendors that are charging to either pay for items, food, clothing, whatever they may be selling, and may not also be reporting that sales tax to the city. So we have some loopholes that are not closed that are also issues that we should not, or individuals should not be benefiting off of the city by making money off of the city. So I think we also need to be very careful in providing spaces for individuals that want to make a profit. Not saying that all events want to make a profit, just saying we just need to be careful because not everyone is afforded that benefit. So one-stop shopping, Rhonda's term, I think it's a perfect spot. Parks and Community Services, know what's going on, know how we can utilize spaces, and even provide better spaces based on your events, right? So I think going to different departments can be a headache. So having a one-stop shop is beneficial, and I'll keep my comments at that tonight.
You want to put the one-stop shop in the city attorney's office? Imagine that world. All right, Councilmember Jean, your thoughts, sir.
So first off, I definitely agree with the extension of the temporary moratorium. I think that's definitely needed as we work through this. With regards to the new ordinance, okay, first off, thinking about Bike Month, right? I'm not a fan of our parking lots in general. I think we need to move away from car-centric development. And that being said, I think the fact that we utilize parking lots for community space is amazing, right? I think it's important that should be a sign for us to see that, hey, we need more community spaces. We need more unique spaces. And I think it would be a real shame for us to discontinue that. As of right now, I don't agree with not allowing parking structures, parking spaces to be utilized for community events. I think that's all I have for now.
Okay. Thanks, sir. Well, Councilmember Tao, any thoughts, sir?
No thoughts or comment, but I do agree that we should allow staff to time to go study and bring it back and make a decision on it. So,
okay. I'm in agreement with the majority of the comments from my colleagues. I agree certainly with extending the emergency ordinance. Applaud staff for bringing that forward. I mean, you can imagine just the last few weeks in Merced if we couldn't have hosted all the events we had downtown. Downtown's amazing right now. Our community's on fire with hosting all these events, and it's about, you see the way the city as an organization and community can work together in a really positive way, where the city does what the city's supposed to do, provides the kind of the framework, provides the canvas, and then the community goes out and shines like they have. I think this is an extremely important issue. I think our discussion here is very warranted. A thoughtful analysis from staff, all the input they're getting from all the community members is vital as well too. This is important when it comes to building community. This is important when it comes to making our downtown a special place. It's also an economic development piece as well. I can't tell you how many folks I spoke with this weekend during the Loud New Year celebration who were here from out of town, coming to our city, staying in hotels, and doing all that as well. So important economic development piece. Having a beautiful downtown is a massively important economic development piece. I think we're on the right track. With respect to fees, I think normalizing the fees, making the fees, rationalizing them is really important. They don't make a ton of sense right now just because they're all kind of implemented at different times, different years, different millenniums, to be honest. And they're all kind of all over the place, but those need to be rationalized. I think the parking lots, I wouldn't necessarily support an outright ban in using the parking lots, but good time, place, manner restrictions I think are important. You have certain parking lots which are heavily used, very close to businesses that are important, that the businesses depend on in a big way. There's also other parking lots which, especially after certain hours, might not get much use, might be kind of empty. And so I think there's a lot of nuance there that I think needs to be recognized, because you can have successful events and, for example, the West America parking lot after 5, there ain't nobody at the top of that parking lot. So, but, behind Bob Hart Square or on the sides of Bob Hart Square after 5 on a Friday night, those parking lots are vital and essential to those downtown businesses. So just, I think kind of a nuanced time, place, manner analysis would be really important. And that's about it too. I would share in Councilmember DuPont's idea too, that the farmers market would be, I think it'd be a better place, or they'd be a better place for them in Bob Hart Square. I think that'd be really cool if they could do that. But again, these events are important too. And then, as everybody stated as well, balancing the needs of our businesses and then balancing the needs of these events in a way that adds to both, as opposed to the events taking away from businesses or vice versa. They need to complement each other, because it's a relationship where both have to thrive. The events have to complement the businesses, because if the businesses suffer, then downtown's going to suffer. Downtown suffers, then the events are going to suffer too. So we all need to take care of each other. Councilmember McBride, or not Councilmember McBride. You've been demoted to council members. City Manager McBride.
I got upgraded tonight.
No, you just took a pay cut, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. A lot of really good feedback tonight. I appreciate the dialogue. I think earlier tonight in the presentation, we acknowledged that the current admin policy definitely needs to be repealed. I just wanted to maybe get one level deeper into this and just maybe let's just park it there for the evening. The policy actually sets the fee. It's $35, and it doesn't discriminate which parking lot, if it's a parking structure versus a parking lot. That's what sets the fees now. And the policy actually is very clear, which is it's intended for nonprofits only, and the proceeds go for charitable contributions. None of the events that have been going on for the last 5 or 6 years meet those criteria. So we're not following that policy at all, and that's why we really need to get away from it. So we need to set an event policy that makes sense for all the events we're talking about here tonight, regardless of where we're going to host them, and need to get the fees in line with what's appropriate for how we need to staff them, from a safety, from a community standpoint, And so that's the reason why the corpse, as we call it, the city-owned real property policy just does not make sense. That's 825. So we didn't talk about it a lot, but I want to make sure that you guys got that out and just heard a little bit more about it. So the other thing I heard too was talking about farmers market. Look, we're happy to have a conversation with them and see if they would like to move. The one thing that we do know often is that the trucks like to be right next to where they set up, and you really have a hard time often getting them into the Bob Hart Square setup. I don't even know that we want trucks in there because they cause damage, and so there may be a limiting factor about that, but we could talk about whether or not they'd be interested in that. And if they are, we can go through the process and amend the CUP. So I'll leave it at that, and we'll take your direction, and we'll go from there.
Okay. Just one point too on you said, I think, being sensitive to the distinction between kind of for-profit enterprises and nonprofit fundraiser events too, I think is important. I don't applaud anybody who's out there trying to hustle and make money. I think we shouldn't fault anybody for exercising initiative and trying to do something, but at the same time too, being sensitive to that distinction is important. Councilmember Jean.
I just want to uplift a comment made last council meeting by Gloria. As we're talking about events here, I think it's important to note that some places have better amenities, and we need to uplift the need for public restrooms, especially as we talk about community spaces where we're having major events. And so I know it's not part of this discussion in terms of the new ordinance, but that's something we need to keep in mind, especially as we're talking about events.
Anybody else? A lot of attention in the city of Seattle to some recent stuff they did on that issue. Okay, is there a motion with respect to adopting ordinance 2592?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember DuPont. The motion will include the adoption of ordinance 2592, an urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, extending for a period of 10 months and 15 days pursuant to California Government Code 65858, a temporary moratorium on street closures. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, John.
Okay, agenda item.
Sam, Chris, good work.
Agenda item L, reports. L1, direction on the process for remote participation to be in compliance with Senate Bill SB 707. Okay, good evening, council and staff. I'm Jennifer Parsley, the Assistant City Clerk in the Clerk's office. Tonight, staff is looking for council direction on cutoff times to accept e-comments and telephonic registration. The Clerk's office and the IT department have been working with our vendor to prepare for the changes that'll be coming up for the Brown Act, more specifically in regards to e-comments and telephonic participation. Staff wants to ensure meetings are conducted efficiently, consistently, and equitably for all participants. Staff is requesting council direction on the following operation procedures, which you can see here. I can probably make that a little bit larger. When it comes to the e-comments, the e-comments feature allows members of the public to submit written comments on agenda items electronically, like directly onto the agenda item itself. That way, it can be publicly viewed online right as soon as they hit submit. Anyone that's looking this up can see the public comments. I think the idea is to kind of maybe go away from the email comments and just focus more so on the e-comments, which is a little bit easier and more direct. That way everyone, even council, would be able to see all the comments that are coming through. And then with the telephonic, two-way telephonic comment or participation, individuals wishing to participate telephonically, they must register for the agenda item. So they can register for any agenda item, no matter how many agenda items there are that they want to register to speak on. And then once registration is closed, additional public comment requests would no longer be accepted on that item or meeting. And then to also ensure equitable treatment to all participants, the same registration cutoff procedures would happen for in-person as well as people participating remotely as well. That way it's equal for everybody. So if we're on an agenda item but it's already been closed out, someone that's in the room either should have already registered or turned in a green slip. But once that registration is closed for people participating remotely, it needs to be closed off for people in person as well. So if we can kind of look back on the options that our vendor has available for us when it comes to the e-comments, there's a few different options that we have. You can always leave it on until the meeting ends, accept comments during the meeting, 5 minutes before, 15 minutes before, 30 minutes before, or an hour before. Currently with the emails, we accept emails by the 1 p.m. deadline on the day of the meeting, so that we do have a deadline for those. This kind of goes in line with that. Unfortunately, we can't do the 1 p.m. deadline similar to the emails. The system doesn't allow us to do that. But these options here will give us some sort of option for a cutoff time just for e-comments. And then for the telephonic participation or remote participation, there's two options that they have at the beginning of each agenda item. So an agenda item will be called. The way our system works, I'll click a certain button and then the registration will close for those that want to participate remotely, or we can set a specific time prior to the meeting. So I'll just leave any questions or comments that you may have.
Okay. So the two decision points for us tonight?
Yes.
All right, questions? Mayor Pro Tem Boyd.
Can you explain exactly what the e-comment is and how it's different from like when we get the emails?
Yeah, so it'll be not the same process in which you receive the emails. Jeff might be able to explain a little bit more with the more tech advance that he has, but they can go onto this portal where they can click on that certain agenda item and leave a comment for that particular agenda item. And so everyone, once they hit submit, everyone will be able to see, as well as you guys. I don't know if I...
Well, do you have any more you want to say? I'll allow you to.
Yeah, so I think she kind of hit the nail on the head. So it's going to be a web platform where all the agenda items will be listed, and a citizen can go, I want to speak on item K2, I3, M4, and as soon as they click submit, it becomes into the record, and all citizens can see it in real time. So as people are submitting, you'll build a collection of comments, and anybody can review it anytime instead of waiting for the email items to be posted, and then you could see it after the items are posted from the email comments.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I probably have another question, but let me get my thought process behind it.
Councilor DuPont.
Thank you. Is there a filtering of those comments, or is it just you hit enter and it automatically will pop up no matter what you say?
So there is a filtering ability. We do not have it on. We allow just full transparency. Whatever's put there is put there. We could certainly work with the attorney's office on filtering and what that would mean legally. I kind of defer to the city attorney on that one.
That might be a good discussion.
So it would sort of, back when we were on Facebook, it'd almost take essentially the same form as a Facebook Live discussion or a Facebook comment discussion?
So it'd be directly tied to the agenda item. They'd have to select the agenda item that they wish to provide comment on. So they're specifically saying, I want to comment on item K2. That's talking about, procurement of item ABC, and they can put a comment directly tied to that agenda item. So it has to be tied to a specific agenda item.
And then that comment will show up on our screen.
Right, you'll be able to see those
in
comments.
real time.
Yes.
And so the difference between Facebook is we don't watch Facebook Live over here and see the comments until after the meeting's done.
Right, so I think what Jennifer is asking for is what period do we want that cutoff period to be for public comment? So do you want it to run the entire length? Because if you're allowing it through the entire length of the meeting, you might want to actually see what's happening in real time, or do you want a cutoff window ahead of time so you have time to research and think about what those comments are before you go in front, into the meeting?
Does this comment format, does it tend to favor, like the emails we get now are typically, they're longer, they're like little letters, right? They're thought out. Oftentimes they're multiple pages. Is this going to encourage that format, or is it more almost like an online comment format.
It's more of an online comment format. We can restrict the length of the comment if that's something that council desires. So we could restrict it to, say, 500 words or characters, which would equal approximately 3 minutes in time. But we'd need to get direction from you if you wanted to limit the amount of comment.
Okay. And personally, I mean, it's nice right now to get with the emails, because if people want to submit comments that are lengthy or that have documentation backing them up, it's a much more efficient way to do so. But Councilmember Dupont.
And then we would need to store these comments, correct? So there's a portal in which to store the comments.
Yeah, we would maintain the record of those comments.
Okay, thank you.
What if somebody, for example, they want to speak on K2, they say this has to do with K2, and then it has nothing to do with K2. It's got to do with something else. Or they say something for public comment, and it actually pertains to an agenda item. How are we going to?
Yeah, I would have to defer to clerk for that.
I mean, that's kind of sometimes with those emails that we get as well. They'll say, I want to talk on K2, and they start talking a little bit about K2, and then they jump into maybe 2 or 3 other items as well. I mean, it's kind of same with people in person as well. They'll talk about one item and kind of veer off to another item as well. So it's just hard to kind of block that, I guess.
Yeah. Councilmember Tao.
Yeah, I was just trying to picture, because I use Zoom. Is it like Zoom or is it when we're talking about an item and people live wants to come and comment on it? Do they comment there? We can see once we move to a different item, the comment will still be there, or it's just like Zoom where it just keep popping out all those comments.
This is going to be very much like your agenda packet that you see on the city website. So it's going to have all your agenda items, and then there'll be a comment section, and you'll see the public comment from each citizen. Mary Sue said, I'm in support of this. I think we should buy more. Tom Smith says, I don't like this idea. I think we should do X, Y, Z. So it's going to fall in line for each agenda item, and it's going to look like your agenda packet.
And then as we move from item down, will we still see those comments?
So the comments will be available to everybody in the city that you can see that.
And then you can scroll up and look at all the comments.
Yeah, you can look at, you can go through each agenda item and say, okay, I want to see the comments from, A1 to Z1, right? You can look through each one that you want to see.
Yeah, I was trying to see how the setup is like compared to other virtual sites. So.
Right, so this is going to be more of like your agenda packet of what it's going to look like.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Okay, so say I'm submitting an e-comment at 1 p.m. on Monday, and I put on there on K1, but say you see it early and you're like, this is not about K1, this is for K2. Would you guys have the ability to move it to the other item?
Yeah, I believe so, that we would be able to move it to a different item if we catch it.
In time.
Yeah, in time.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jean.
Sorry, I don't know if I agree with that. But with regards to emails, have we ever included emails as part of the record for our minutes after the 1 p.m. mark? So if they email us with regards to something on council after the 1 p.m., I thought I'd seen it in our minutes before. Do we do that?
We maintain the record. In the minutes, we don't note that we had any late submissions. We just note what we got during the meeting or during that time frame.
Okay.
Because those are typically read, when I read them out loud under written petitions and communications, I announce who left an email and for what agenda item. So that's what goes into the record, into the minutes.
Okay. And as of right now, we're thinking of replacing emails with the e-comments. We cannot maintain the two.
We can. We were just, if you wanted to get rid of emails, we had this other option as well for people to leave comments electronically.
Okay. All right.
But it's at the direction of council if you want to keep emails or if you want to just solely use e-comments.
Okay.
Councilor Dupont.
So by that statement, is there an option to not do the e-comments and just do the emails?
I think we can, we can turn the e-comments off.
I think at that point, and there's a lot of value in the emails we get, and then the value too is getting them in advance of the council meeting, especially when they're kind of longer. I mean, if we're going to get them just before the council meeting and all of us have to look at them right before, when we all have our day jobs, 1 and 2, it just gets to be a little chaotic, and I think it'd be difficult for us to give them their due weight. But when they're provided like they are, usually they're emailed to us shortly after 1 p.m. Jennifer does a great job of sending them all to us. We have the chance over the course of a couple hours to consider them. And then also they'll be printed for us here. I think that gives us a chance certainly to consider them. If we had e-comments kind of flying all over the place right now during a meeting, and half of them on point and prescient and other ones kind of, all over the place, I think it'd probably detract from the council meetings, to be honest. I mean, it could be pretty distracting. You could get a lot of people kind of consumed with what's going on, with that. So I think it'd make it more difficult to focus on what's going on here, especially if there's live comment. But I mean, there's value kind of in, in the old Facebook Live round, there's value for people watching to kind of spar with each other online, but it just certainly, I don't think that adds a lot, it might add entertainment value to some people online, but it doesn't add a lot of, it'd make us more difficult, I think, make it more difficult for us to conduct our meetings. Councilmember Zhang, is that a new one or is that older? Okay. Yeah, why not?
So I definitely support keeping e-comments. I think it's important to have the community be engaged. I think, as Jeff, you mentioned, just putting a limit on the number of characters would definitely help with long comments. I think it would help us hear more from folks. And I'm thinking in terms of the ones that don't want to speak up, right? That are more comfortable typing up a message, hearing their voices. And not everybody, to be frank, like our emails that we get for our city council meetings are very few and far in between, right? That there's very few of them. There's some meetings where we have a lot of emails, but most of the time we don't get that many. So I don't necessarily see the amount of comments going off the board here. So I support it. I think it's important to hear from community, and we don't have to actively read it as we're up here. We could still continue business as usual, but I think it's good to have that option.
No one's there. Jennifer's not there. Okay. Any questions or any public comment? We'll take Mayor Pro Tem Boyle had a question, and then after that we can take any public input.
So your suggestion until 1 hour before the meeting starts, is that 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock? Because we could hear sometimes before a closed session at 5. So would that then mean 4?
We could probably set it to 4 if we have, and it's hard because we don't always have closed session. I would say 90% of the time we do.
Right. I'm just thinking if I think it would be beneficial if people are submitting e-comments, and in the event that they do submit it for the wrong item, at least it gives you guys enough time to possibly reorganize them. And then my other question is, say we get them ahead of time, are we able to read them ahead of time? Because we do get our emails with the email comment, or we get the emailed comments, which I appreciate that we do have 4-ish hours to read or go through them and see what they are talking about. So that's just my concern, that we can be getting a lot of comments, but they might not even be read. I don't want that to be a negative comment, but just when we arrive here at 5 o'clock, go into closed session, sometimes our closed session is the entire hour. We get here at 6 o'clock, and then we're trying to go through an agenda item. When are we going to actually read these comments?
Just for a little clarification, so at the time the agenda is published, that is when the comments will be open and will be inputted real time through time. So you'll be able to see, let's say the agenda is published on Thursday at 5 p.m., a citizen can start making comments right then, and you could see those comments right then. So as the time goes on from the date the agenda is published until, let's say you choose 1 p.m. before the start of the meeting, that's the time that it stops and no new additions can be had. But you could review the comments between any of that time.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Any public speakership?
We do have one from Ashley Marie Suarez.
All right. Ashley Marie.
Hello, good evening, Council. My name is Ashley Marie Suarez, and I'm speaking out of personal capacity as a resident from District 5. I'd like to get some clarification and share a concern about this item. So please correct me if I'm wrong, but it kind of sounds like the cutoff period for public comment on agenda items are either right before the item starts or sometime before the meeting starts, and that would apply to both online and in person. However, if that is correct, I'd like to raise a concern that these options would significantly limit the public comment and civic engagement for those that might come into the meeting either in the middle of the discussion, whether online or in person, or such as what I did right now, which was submit a green card request to speak during the presentation because I felt inspired to make a comment to uplift my concerns. And so I think that the city would be doing itself a disservice by placing a cutoff or a registration cutoff time anytime before the item is over or the public comment period of that item is over. And I also think that emails should be kept and that e-comments submission should be accepted on a continuous basis, just to promote the spirit of SB 707, which is to promote public input and participation throughout these items. So yeah, definitely think that should be considered while making the final decision and motion before this item is voted on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Jennifer, anyone else?
That's all we had, Mayor.
All right. So for public input, we'll take it back to council. I guess two decision points as is outlined clearly by staff here. First, with respect to comments. Second, with respect to the cutoff time for public comment. Essentially all of our discussion so far is centered around the cutoff for e-comments. I guess, Jennifer and Jeff, how would you like us to proceed? Just separate decisions on both?
Yeah, I mean, we don't need a formal vote. We just need direction from council. I mean, Jeff and I have been working with our vendor. We're actually have a meeting with them tomorrow so we can kind of get all of these settings in place. That way we're ready to meet compliance in July 1st.
Okay.
And we will be conducting some trial runs just to make sure we get all of any, bumps and bruises out of the way before we actually go live with this July 6th.
Okay. Just so I get a better sense, that the e-comments, they're going to be, so the agenda opens when, Wednesday, Thursday, whenever and then citizens at that point can comment electronically. And then how is that going to get routed to us? That's just attached to the agenda. So we go into Granicus and we look in there, and how are we going to see it?
We obviously need some pictures to show you. It's a separate web portal that you'll go to. You'll go to a website and it'll have the agenda. It'll look very much like your Legistar website, but it's a different website and it's going to have all the public comments.
Okay. And then we can, say if we prepare the agenda Thursday, then you come back and later on you can check to see if it's updated for public comment?
Right, you can see it in real time. Whenever somebody submits, you can go back anytime you want and look and see all the public comments as they come in.
Do we get notifications or anything like that as more public comments?
No, there's no notification currently.
All right. And then during the meeting itself, say hypothetically we were to allow comments, e-comments through the meeting, what would that look like for us sitting up here during the meeting?
If that's the option that you'd want to choose, we'd have a web page on there and you could look at them in real time. I could see how that could be distracting, but that's a choice you guys could make.
Okay. All right. And then the related issue of how to handle the emails as well, whether or not to continue the practice of receiving the emails or include it with this. Okay. All right. Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
I had a question about something you just said, but now I can't remember what it was. I'm going to talk about the second part about establishing the registration cutoff time. So if someone is wanting to call in and leave a comment, I'm trying to think how I want to say this question. Would it be more challenging for you guys we can't leave that open at any time. Like right now we have individuals that'll just come up, maybe through the presentation and give the green card. that just can't be feasible with this new system?
No, I mean, these two options are really the only two options that we have through this system, whether we want to do the cutoff. You know, if I'm reading the title of the agenda item, there's things that we do on our end in order for these things to kind of set off. So it'd be essentially checking off that item, that item is now active, and then it closes out that registration so no one can then try to sign in to comment on that particular item that we're on.
And so if we cut off the registration for those that want to call in for an item, say at 6 o'clock, no more registrations for the items, does that apply for everyone in here as well?
Correct, yeah. We want to make it equal for
Okay.
those that are in-house or participating remotely.
Okay.
All right. Does it have to be that way?
Yes. Because you're giving people who are participating remotely at a disadvantage that they have a certain cutoff time, but everybody else in the room doesn't.
Yeah.
So we want to make it equal for all.
So would it be possible for those that are coming in public to register prior days ahead?
Yes, they can.
Okay.
They can register as in person. We'll also
Oh.
have a kiosk in the back where they can come in and register online as well.
Okay.
All right. So I think, I mean, Ashley makes a very important point in that certain times, certain things come up during public comment that inspire somebody else to say something. You know, some person says something that's maybe they have information on personally, or somebody says something, you know, they don't agree with or want to support. So it just, but at the same time, I think maybe it's an unintended consequence of this new law, which, you know, in a sense, in a way, it's designed to encourage public comment, but in that regard, at least can actually hurt public comment in the council chamber.
Right, and so just to give a little context, so we'll have a screen on our end, and I'll have Kirsten kind of monitoring who's coming online. So I'll have a monitor as well, so we'll know how many speakers we have remotely. And then people that register in person will also have that pop up, so we can manage it that way. So we can see first come, first serve, and kind of manage it in that sense.
Okay.
So there'll be a lot going on over here.
Yeah, you guys
as well.
are super busy. It's
Yeah.
gonna be, would it be, we're taking electronic comment first, then public comment, or how do
I
you?
think that's at the council's discretion on how you want to do that. But I say, whatever you guys decide, whatever that is moving forward, that's how we'll run those meetings. Instead of one meeting, we'll do e-comments or whatever, telephonic comments first, and then people in person, and then switch it next time. I think we just need to make it more consistent on the structure of that.
Yeah,
So whatever council decides is what we'll do moving forward.
okay. You think one, then the other, or is it okay to?
I would say it's at your discretion, but I would also maybe recommend doing all of one first and then all of the other next, because it would be too hard
Yeah.
going back and forth.
Yeah, just important for us to know logistically what, you guys have to, run the meeting over there, and so just logistically to know what you're seeing.
We'll be monitoring our monitors here. We will have a kiosk in the back for people to also register online. We'll still have some green request to speak forms if we can slowly kind of move out of those, but we will still have that. So we'll be monitoring that, monitoring back here to make sure we're getting everybody a chance to speak.
Okay. Councilor DuPont.
Thank you, Mayor. As for the emails, when we post the agenda, can a member of the public email into city clerk's office and it be included in the 1 p.m. deadline emails that is sent to city council?
So if a member of the public sends an email before the 1 p.m. and the agenda's already been published?
Yeah, so for example, agenda has been published on Thursday. You get an email on Thursday night or Friday morning. Are those emails included in the emails that we get?
Correct.
After the 1 p.m. deadline?
Yeah, any emails that we receive once the agenda is published is all collected, and then you guys get it by the 1 p.m. deadline.
Is there currently a limit of words or however long or however short of an email that you need to send?
There used to be, around COVID era, I think we did 300 words or less. It was very rarely met. It was usually more than 300 words. But we kind of just moved away from that limit, and it's because it never was met.
So that's a no.
No.
Okay. The other comment I have is I I don't think emails are few and far between. I feel like we get at least one email each council meeting after the 1 p.m. deadline. I think the e-comments, there would be no support for me of any e-comments during a meeting. I think that's chaotic, does not provide an opportunity to efficiently or effectively look at the comment. So if there's any discussion, it has to be before the meeting, and it has to be at a time that gives you an ability to at least filter some of the comments. I'm worried we're going to get comments that are not to the spirit of the intent of what we're trying to do, which is another unintended consequence the state legislature and this infinite wisdom provided for us. The other thing is, I think currently there's an avenue in which people can e-comment in emails. I think the emails, I actually look at all the emails that are provided to us after the 1 p.m. deadline. I do have the concern that if we provide comments during the meeting, it can turn into more of an argument of the comments versus what the intent of what we are there to do as business. So right now, I'm not leaning towards providing any comments because there's an avenue in which to provide e-comments already. And my other question was to the city attorney. Staff has said there is no formal motion that needs to be taken. Do we need to take a formal motion on deciding these policy questions, or are we just having a discussion right now?
Thank you, Councilman. Right now, it is agendized for discussion and direction. I would recommend giving the variety of comments. We may want to actually have a vote on the item. That may not fit,
That's fine.
Discussions with the software officials, but it's going to be hard to give directions if it's.
You prefer a vote?
You may want to have a vote, and then the direction is clear to staff how to proceed.
Thank you.
Another quick point too about the e-comments is that especially if they're accepted close to the time the meeting starts or during the meeting, all council members are going to get different information. Because right now, I think it gives us sufficient time at 1 p.m. Everybody has a chance to see. If you don't read those emails beforehand, it's your fault. And you get a copy of it. It's very clear. But if it's 1 hour before the meeting starts, when we all have, potentially busy afternoons with other meetings, jobs, then, you could have a very, very likely situation where council members are all getting different information. Some people have it, some people don't. Some people have read it, some people haven't. I know just me personally, for example, I'm often in my day job busy until 4 p.m. and then I have to be in transit between 4 and 5. So it just makes it personally very challenging to do so. All right, Councilmember Jean.
So just for the registration cutoff time, it mentions one of the options as at the beginning of each agenda item. Could you walk us through how that works? How do you close it off at the start of the agenda?
Sure. So on mine, I'll have a screen. I'll read off the agenda item. There's 2 buttons that I press. One is to activate that item, and then the next one is to shut the registration down, or I think it does it at the same time. Is that correct? Yeah, we have 2 options.
So could we end it at the end of the agenda item, just simply by pressing the button?
I think once you activate the item, it automatically shuts the registration off.
No, you can't.
Can you?
Yeah. Okay. So you have the option, there just has to be a clearly delineated mark of when we choose to shut it off. So if you determine a clearly delineated mark, we could do that. The clerk would have to know, then do it the same consistent mechanism, and they'd click the button and it would end registration. So that's the mechanism that we need. What is the delineation between closing of registration? So it could be right at the start of the agenda item, or what is the mechanism the clerk is going to know to end the registration?
All right, so that could be at the end of the agenda item.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Just make sure that's an option as well. Because I definitely support it at the end of the agenda item, rather than at the beginning or prior to the meeting. I think, as was mentioned before, I think it's important where committee members might not be anticipating speaking, and then as the meeting goes on, they might be compelled to speak up. And so I think it's important to give them that opportunity to speak as the agenda item is still active.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Piggybacking off what Councilmember Zhang just said, so if we were to allow the registration to open till the end of the agenda item, would that allow for more people to call in for telephonic? But how would you be able to manage that if we open it up with telephonic, then had in person, and then more people are calling? Now we're going back and forth. Okay. Oh my gosh, I had another question now. It's like this is a really good discussion. So I'm like going, if it comes back, I'll put another request to speak.
Could we have, I'm not saying this is a good idea, but could we have a, for example, we open public comment and we have a in-person, and then after that, we have our electronic, and then as soon as that's done, we cut that off, and then in-person again. I'm just talking out loud after that. Jennifer's face says it all.
Once you cut off the registration for remote participation, it should be the same for in-person.
So if we go, because I see the value in leaving it open through the comment period, just because a lot of times things come up. But at the same time, Mayor Pro Tem Boyle's point where it will, the level of chaos that will ensue, especially for you guys having to manage 100 different things over there between the request to speak forms and the comments coming in. You got to monitor this, and you got to keep accurate notes of what's going on in the meeting. That's a lot. And,
And Rhonda just reminded me that we have to cut off remote and in-person at the same time per SB 707. You have to allow the same amount of time.
Yeah, it's a dumb, well, never mind. Speak my mind.
Say that on record.
That's on record. It's just, it's a bad consequence of, it's a law that intends one thing, but then sets rules that.
Yeah, keep going, please.
Oh, go ahead. No, it's just it's unintended consequences. Sometimes laws are poorly thought out, and I think we all see the need. And public comment is very important. It's important to be engaged, but at the same time, real hand information from people who participate in these local meetings realizes that oftentimes things come up in the middle of the comment, and we get good feedback motivated by folks who hear one thing and, oh, shoot, that reminds me of this. I know this information that somebody might not have, so.
I want to be very clear. The way the government code was amended in this area, complements of SB 707, whatever opportunity is afforded the in-person public, so we're talking about public comment at the meeting, has to be afforded to the remote participants at the meeting, and it has to be equally applied. So at this point, all we have is the black letter language. We don't have any notes of decision. We don't have any case law. We simply have what they passed in the statute. And it's very clear that whatever you decide has to be with respect to the duration of the public comment opportunity and time, has to be equally applied between those in person and those participating via the two-way telephonic. I don't know if that helps or confuses, but I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. All right, who's got a new one? Councilman Zhang?
So correct me if I'm mistaken, during our last two council meetings with regards to SB 707, there was discussion with regards to, at council's discretion, we could limit the duration of public comment either that be by time. So for example, if we do 30 minutes public comment on an agenda item, it could be split 15 minutes apiece for online, telephonic, or in person. Or if we limit the number of people, it would need to be the same with regards to online or in person. Is that correct?
Yes, Councilmember Zhang, that's correct.
Okay. So then with regards to, I guess, the priority for when folks come on board, because I'm trying to get to what Matt was saying earlier about, could we jump back and forth, or how do we actually have the process of going from in-person to online to in-person?
If you, I'm thinking out loud here, spitballing a little bit. If you go from in-person to online to back to in-person, to Mayor Pro Tem Boyle's point, you then have to go back to online because it has to be equal opportunity. If you go maybe reverse that order and you went online and you just allowed everybody online, right? Whatever that universe consisted of for that specific agenda item, close the registration at that point. We could look at the amount of time it was and then have that same amount of time in person. That, again, is a clunky, unintended, impractical consequence, but the law demands equity in terms of the opportunity for participation, whether you are in person or remotely, period. And that's all the language we have to go on right now.
Yeah, but I understand. It's just, again, simply because I support, as we do things now, where we allow folks to submit a green card at any point in which the agenda item is still active. And so I think that is important that we continue that practice. I mean, we might need to put some pen to paper and figure out how to make that work. But I think it's important to still have that opportunity for both the online folks and in person.
Could it be, does it have to be at the beginning of each, I know this was asked earlier, but could it be at the conclusion of the public comment period? That could be an option too, but that's challenging.
Right, we'd have to define what the conclusion is if we don't know if there's more registrants coming in.
Yes.
So we need some clear articulable delineation point. That's what it kind of really
when the
boils down to.
public comment period closes.
Yeah, if you're gonna, as the chair, okay, we're gonna close the public comment period. If we're gonna say that for every agenda item that there's gonna be comments, then we could use that as the delineation point.
Okay, when the chair closes the public comment period. All right, who's next? Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
So I think that this is obviously new for us and a lot of other jurisdictions. I want it to be as easy for you guys as we work this thing out, because the last thing I want is chaos. And I think that if we start something now, maybe in 6 months, 1 year, 2 years later, we have figured out our flow and we say, hey, I think we can now start doing this because we figured it out. So I don't want to put all these different things onto you guys and we can't succeed in that portion. So I'm fine at having either a specific time prior to the meeting or at the beginning of each agenda item. I'm leaning more towards at the beginning of each agenda item because I know that there's individuals that won't be able to show up to City Hall until 6 o'clock or whenever it is before the meeting, whether they have work or whatever. I know there are people that will watch our meetings from home, and when the item's coming up closer, they will arrive. So I think that's the appropriate, could be the appropriate time at the beginning of each agenda item as the registration cutoff time. I think switching, or not just switching, but adding the e-comments, I think starting it at the 1 p.m. as we work things out and figure out how it looks, because I think for us as council members, I think it's important that we do read those before we step foot into council chambers. Like I mentioned, we have closed session 90% of the time at 5 o'clock. Some of us do have to drive a while to get here, and it leaves us limited time to read everything. So I think starting off, if we can do a 1 p.m. deadline for the e-comments and the emails. Okay, what are you going to say now?
So for clarification, currently the technology for e-comment does not allow for that 1 p.m. deadline.
Only till what, an hour before?
1 hour before the meeting is what the technology allows for.
Wow. Okay, then I'll do 1 hour. But did we define if it's 5 p.m.?
So the clerk can define
Okay.
the start date time.
I think, yes, that would be important for us.
All right. Councilmember Dupont.
Thank you, Mayor. I would join in Mayor Pro Tem Boyle's at the beginning of each agenda item. I just want us to also think about this is these are new systems as well. And if this system crashes, guess what we're doing? Going into an hour of recess. So the more chaotic I think we create the system to be, and I'm not an IT whiz, so I'm just shooting at the hip here, but the more likelihood we could have crashes to the system. So that is going to be a huge concern for me as well. So I think defining it at the beginning of each agenda item not only relieves the stress on staff, but also reduces the risk that we may have to crashes to the system to continue doing the business of the city. And not trying to figure out, okay, well, now we took a public a fiscal in-person comment. Now we got to at least ask the online platform and then continue to go back and forth until the mayor says that this is the end of the public comment. So I think it's the best to go with at the beginning of each agenda item. As to the e-comments, I think you can have an e-comment currently with emails. I don't think there is not an avenue currently that you can't already comment on an agenda item. So as of right now, I would not be in support of any e-comments, as there's already a platform in which to provide an e-comment to a specific item or a general public item already from the time in which the agenda is posted up until the 1 p.m. deadline, which allows, at least I read them, allows myself to read the emails that have been submitted.
Okay. Yeah, my thoughts, I think the e-comments don't add much. I think they kind of actually detract to an extent. It'd be nice if we could have the cutoff time at when the public comment period closes, but at the same time, so sensitive to the demands of this new system. I'm fine with it at the beginning of each agenda item. I think that's going to create some unintended consequences. A specified time prior to the meeting is I don't like, just because you say you have your item is agenda item M7, then you got to get here at 6 p.m. to register for that and sit around for hours and wait. I think that's it's unfair to folks too, who forcing them to get here earlier, wait for hours and hours. So I'm fine with the beginning of each agenda item. I think it'd be nice if we could do at the conclusion, but I think at the same time, just given maybe wait and see how it goes. And it's going to be, that's hard. That's very hard on you guys. Very difficult because you got to keep track of that, keep track of public comment, keep track of everything that's going on here. That's a lot. So sensitive to that. Okay, that's my thought. I think the comments, the emails are easy. I think the amount of time I spend reading and responding to emails is significant. And emails give the opportunity for people to provide detailed comment prior to the meeting. And they do a good job. Okay. Any additional, Councilmember Tao, any additional thoughts, or what do you think, sir?
Yeah, I think this is a new system that we're trying on, and it I agree with Councilmember Dupont. It could be chaotic, and we don't want to put ourselves in that situation or our staff in that situation. So for me, as much as I want everybody in the audience or to comment on it, this could be very challenging for us So, I don't see that, as we try on this new system, I think I'm in favor of leaving the e-commerce out first. And, that could be chaotic for a lot of us, council and then staff too. So at the beginning of each item, I'm in favor of that too. So, this is a very confusing law. So, but yeah.
Fu and Sarah, are these new ones or are these older ones? New? Councilmember Jean.
Yeah, I support e-comments for until the end of the meeting. Again, as I mentioned before, I think it's important to have engagement and have it be on the record. In terms of the registration cutoff time, I think it should be at the end of the agenda item. Again, giving folks the opportunity to speak throughout. If something comes up during the agenda item, I believe Jeff and Jennifer will be more than competent in making sure that it works. And I don't think the load on this system is going to cause it to crash. There's just no way. But that being said, those are my thoughts. I, again, agree with e-comments till the end of the meeting and then registration till the end of the agenda item.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
I think I misunderstood you. So e-comments are not required?
No.
Oh, okay. Then disregard what I said earlier. I'm fine with emails until 1 p.m. Like I said, having something come to us during the meeting or an hour before the meeting, I like to read through what we receive and have thorough time to go through everything. But I still stand with the registration cutoff time at the beginning of each agenda item.
All right, additional discussion, questions, thoughts, comments, or a motion? Basically, you want us to vote on something?
We'd have to bring it back.
Okay. So direction, or how do you want us to?
I have a question. You said that you have a call tomorrow with the vendors?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Given our discussion today, would you take our thoughts and talk to them about it? And then when would be the next time that we come back to council, discuss and vote?
We could bring back the next meeting.
Yeah, we could bring it back June 1st.
Okay. Did you hear that, Matt?
No, I did not. Another good example.
We'll bring this item back June 1st for a proper vote.
Okay. I thought Craig said he wanted us to vote, but he said he wanted us to bring it back for a vote. Okay, so I think hearing direction roughly for no e-comments, and then at the beginning of each agenda item for the registration cutoff. It's hearing kind of what I'm hearing the consensus around at this point. We'll see how it goes on June 1st.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item L2, potential City of Merced energy efficiency upgrade projects.
Mayor, Council, we're going to queue this up real quick, and we've got some distinguished guests here tonight. They're going to help me out on this item. There we go. So we've got a presentation tonight from Energy Systems Group, and some of these folks might look familiar to you. We got a few in the front row, at least one in the front row might look very familiar. Coming over to the left side, Shu Jain has been a familiar face for many of you. He's been a longtime partner with the League of California Cities. He's worked for different companies in the past. Just to kind of bring you up to speed, he's been a longtime advocate working with the City of Merced to see if there is efficiencies of operations we could look for to save money on our energy. And so we said, look, let's work with our team, see if there might be some things that are out there. He's taken this work on at no cost to the ratepayers, no cost to the city. And they got some things they want to report on tonight and get your feedback and direction to see if we want to pursue any of these. So I'm going to turn it over to them. I know he's brought some esteemed group of members with him, some technical people with him who we've had conversations with in the past, and we'll let them do their thing.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. and staff. My name is Ashu Jain. I'm with Energy Systems Group. Before I proceed, I'd like to introduce the rest of the team. On my left is Jacob Goring. He's our development manager. We have Jim Brown, former or retired county administrative officer, who's our advisor and consultant. Amelia Cotral, she works very closely with me in business development. And Coke Lim, he's our senior developer. So as Mr. McBride said, we've been working for the past 5 or 6 months with your staff to put a proposal together that actually replaces your old infrastructure and does it in a way that does not impact your general fund or even your enterprise funds. It actually gets funded out of savings, and not only does it get funded out of savings, it actually saves you money over the life of the project. So to tell you more about, and so this is just a feasibility study that we conducted, and I'll tell you more about the process. But I'll have Jacob come and talk to you about the scope that we developed along with your staff first.
Thank you, Ashu. Good evening, everybody. Make sure I can, there we go, perfect. Agenda. So yeah, as Ashu mentioned, we've been working with city staff for the past few months, really diving into the various facilities that the city has, looking at, energy expenditures annually, and then looking on site, doing walks and trying to, come up with a project that not only, saves energy, improves deferred maintenance projects, but, hopefully will help city staff achieve some of the feedback and goals that they shared with our team as we did this work. And yeah, this table kind of shows a general summary of everything we looked at. So there's a lot of various conservation measures, scope items across, a lot of the different city facilities that I'll run through. So interior lighting, this is looking at replacing old inefficient lighting systems across these cities or facilities that you see on the slide. So this saves a lot of energy, can save maintenance costs and time for your city staff as well. We have interior and we have exterior lighting. Exterior lighting mainly focused at the Public Works Yard and the McNamara Park. HVAC replacements is a big part of the project. So this is looking at, this specific slide is looking at replacing packaged units across these 9 or so facilities. I think there's roughly 40 units that we're looking at replacing. All these units, again, would be kind of at, near or past their useful life, so would be, in line for replacement. Along with the unit replacements, we're also looking at doing controls upgrades across the facilities. This would include not only the units that we're replacing, but all the city units that are not currently on any centralized control system. So this would be replacing thermostats to provide better operation for the units, and then also kind of ease of maintenance and usability for the staff as well. We're also looking at replacing some larger cooling equipment, one here at the Civic Center and then one at the Police HQ. So these are existing air-cooled chillers that we're looking to replace with similar type units, but more efficient. And again, these are similarly at their kind of end of useful life as well. At the Police HQ, we're also looking at upgrading the existing air handling units to make them operate more efficiently and prevent some just operational issues that can come up with the kind of current systems that are currently there. We're also looking at doing an EV charging expansion at the DPW yard. We're really installing new EV chargers. I think when we spent time there, it looks like the city fleet is looking to expand into EV, and so we're looking to install kind of a more robust, at least starting point to be able to charge these vehicles. This would include about 10 chargers and then a new utility service from either PG&E or MID. We're also looking at doing transformer replacements. These are kind of critical electrical infrastructure components at all these various facilities that typically are not usually looked at for replacement unless they fail. So these come with really good energy savings and payback, as well as just upgrading some of the critical infrastructure for these buildings. Sorry, we have a lot. Battery storage, this is at 2 sites, 2 pump stations, one at the UC Merced pump station, then well 8. Again, these battery storage systems will be used really for utility savings, so either doing demand peak shaving or kind of arbitraging on time of use rates from the utility. This battery storage system is also eligible for IRA tax credits. So again, it kind of helps improve the payback of this item. Last few here at the wastewater treatment plant, we're looking at doing, they're called linear generators. So we're looking at installing a 230 kilowatt linear generator made by Mainspring. The unique piece about these units is that they run on biogas. So currently the wastewater treatment plant produces biogas in the digesters that the city's currently not using. So this would be a way that we can basically tap into that gas supply the city has and generate on-site electricity to save power and electricity cost. Kind of in tandem with that generator, we're also looking at installing a roughly 1 megawatt solar system at the plant to also reduce electricity costs there as well. And I think that's all the scope slides.
Yeah.
Anything I missed?
Well, just that, the biogas, it's being flared right now, so that's a free commodity that we're going to use and install a piece of equipment that will produce electricity out of that. So right now, it's just being flared. Any questions in the scope? And again, this is a feasibility level study. If the council gives us direction today to move forward, then we will get more into the details of all of these scope items and come back to the council if staff approves us to come back to the council at that point. And then, there'll be an action item. So today, we're just looking for direction. And again, we develop these. We are very unique in our industry that we develop these completely at our risk. So from this point on, every company that I know would ask to sign an agreement with you to do the engineering to come back with final guaranteed price, guaranteed savings. We don't ask for that. We develop these projects. If you say today that you're generally in favor of this, we'll come back to the council in 3 to 4 months after running through staff, and we'll do all the engineering, come back with guaranteed maximum price, guaranteed savings. We guarantee savings over 20 years. And that's when we'll ask for an action item to move forward. Right now, all we are looking for is direction, and it's completely at our risk. And the council is not the city is not at risk on any of these projects for now. So any questions of the scope, or I'll run through the financing a little bit.
Any questions at this time? I don't see any issues, so please proceed.
Sure. So the way this project is funded, it's roughly our estimate right now is 14 million. And there's a few bucket of savings, if you can see on the left side. So the sources of fund will be solar savings, which come to around 11 million. Battery storage savings are 2 million. The mainspring for the using the digester gas to energy, that's 8 million. Energy efficiency, that's the transformers, the air conditioning, some lighting, that's 5 million. There's O&M savings, which are basically because we are replacing equipment that's at the end of its life, you don't need to spend money repairing it. So there is a way to calculate those savings based on guidance from California Energy Commission. So that's 3.9 million. You should be getting 2.2 million in grants from, actually 2.1 million comes from the Inflation Reduction Act. And I think there's a small grant, state grant for the EV chargers. So most of the grant comes from the Inflation Reduction Act. Let me tell you a little bit about that, because the solar project has a grant amount of 1 million. That grant expires at the end of 2027. So to get that grant, we would have to complete the project by end of 2027. The battery storage, even though it's funded by Inflation Reduction Act. The mainspring linear generator, even that is Inflation Reduction Act. Those go on until 2033. So it's only the solar project grant, which is $1 million, that the solar project has to be completed by December 2027 for us to get that grant for the city, which we think if we come back to the council by towards the fall of this year, we should be able to complete the project by end of 2027. The lease payments work out to around $14 million, and then there's operational maintenance costs for the linear generator, for battery storage, for solar. So the total savings are $33 million. The total cost is $25. So you're saving roughly $7.5 million through this project after paying for all costs. Let me just go to the next slide. Okay, sorry. Now that I touched it. So I want to summarize some of the benefits here. You're using project savings to, fund this project, free up general fund dollars. You're saving $7.4 million after paying for all costs. Electricity costs are rising fast, even though maybe Merced Irrigation District has been pretty good about that, but PG&E, and you do pay some PG&E costs. So the more you generate on your own, the less dependent you are on the utilities. So, and I've talked about, I think, everything else. And one of the biggest benefit is that, we are doing this project, we are bundling all these projects together. It would take your staff an inordinate amount of time to do these individually. We use a legislation called Government Code Section 4217 to implement these projects. Otherwise, the city would have to hire an engineer, first do a bid for an engineer, then design, come up with plans and specs to do all this. For a $14 million project, roughly 10%, you'll have to spend $1.4 million to just do the design, to bid this project out. And so that's why in our industry, in our trade, it's very common to do these design build kind of projects. That's the norm. So we just completed, we're in the middle of construction of a project. It's in one of the later slides with City of Lemoore, which is not too far from here in Kings County. And there we are doing a $24 million project, which includes pretty much everything we talked about here, including upgrades to the wastewater treatment plant and, solar and EV chargers and HVAC and other things. So let me just, so here's a tentative roadmap. If your council decides to move forward with this, it'll take us roughly till end of August to finalize everything, and then we'll work with staff and hopefully come back to the council in September for approval. And if your council approves it, then it'll take us around 2 years to complete the project, but the solar project will be done by December 2027. So be happy to take any questions at this time.
All right, any questions at this time? Jennifer, do you have anything from the public?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Dupont.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ashu, for the presentation. I'll kind of just start out with some comments I'd like to know where city and city staff sit on some of these projects. But one of my questions to you, Ashu, is, there's about 15 projects that are kind of the scope of work on this. If you would to pare down the projects into what you think is the most important or priority versus which ones you could wait, what are some of the projects that you think are priority projects over some of the others?
Yeah, so, what we like to do in these projects and, is come up with a package that can be that has positive energy savings. That's a positive net savings. So the priority projects for the city would be replacing the air conditioning units. Maybe using the digester gas that's being flared. The EV chargers, so those are things that are critical, I think, that you're doing. But to do those, to make those projects pencil in a package, we're looking at doing solar at the wastewater treatment plant. We're looking at, lighting, which is, you can still function without having LED lighting, but it's better quality lighting and it saves money. So so what we are trying to do always is come up with a package that we can come up with positive savings at the end of the. So it's how do we come up with a package that we can fund your critical needs? So that's what we are doing here. And again, end of the day, if your council or staff decides that they don't want to do everything we recommend, we are fine with that. You might say, in the next stage, next phase, that, you want to do 2/3 of this, and that's okay. So that's the time I would say that you should make some critical decisions on, do we do the entire package or do we do less? But the critical items always are the ones that are out of their useful life right now, which is basically the HVAC system, the transformers.
The other question I have is, you say we won't have to use any general fund dollars for the project. Explain, and I see your sources of funds, they're more savings, but you have to have the project in place to realize those savings. So what are the upfront costs? Are you carrying those upfront costs yourself and expecting the savings on the back end? Or are you looking for this project to potentially be paid out of, wastewater management fund, or what is the financing source from the city?
So generally, when we presented this to the city, we actually broke it down by each enterprise fund. So we have a general fund cash flow, we have a water fund cash flow, a sewer fund cash flow. The general fund really breaks even. So there's, because this is more of a sewer fund project, because most of the work is it. So the sewer fund is definitely positive. There is the water fund is just a battery storage, so it's marginally positive too. So the way these projects typically work is, if you have any cash for the project, we don't finance projects, but we arrange the financing for you, and we don't make any money by doing that. So I'll just give you an instance. City of Lemoore was $24 million project. They decided to borrow $15 million from Bank of America. We arranged it. And then the rest, they had money in their, they had some money in the general fund that they put in. They had some money in the water fund and some money in the sewer fund. So it was partly funded by finance, by a lease, and partly by cash from different funds. So Bank of America, if you, or the finance company usually deposits the funds in an escrow account when you approve the project and you approve the financing contract. So let's say this is a $14 million project and you borrow $14 million. The finance company will deposit $14 million in an escrow account, which will be controlled by staff, by the city. And then as we do the project, it'll be like any construction project with mobilization payments and, ongoing monthly progress payments. So as we are building the project, we get paid. So when we complete the project, the escrow account gets depleted, we are paid in full, and then you start making lease payments to the finance company, but at that point you should be seeing savings. So what we are saying is the savings should be there to make the lease payments. Essentially, you're taking dollars that you're spending on operational expense and making lease payments out of those. By saving those operational expense, you're making lease payments through that. So it's not coming straight out of your funds.
Yep.
Yeah.
So there's some form of debt service that is
Yes.
in this type of project.
Yeah.
As for the incentives, the tax credits, the grants, do you partner with the city to apply for those grants, provide support in trying to obtain those grants? We know that grants are 100% guaranteed. So is there support in that aspect as well?
Definitely. We're legally not allowed to file the grant on your behalf. You have to be a tax attorney to file the Inflation Reduction Act. But we've done it several times, and so we provide all the information to your tax attorney, and it's a 1090-T form. It's not that difficult, and they file it. But we provide. The answer is yes. We support fully with all the cost breakdowns and all the forms that they need.
That's all the questions I have currently, Mayor.
All right, Mr. McBride.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, it's good timing that we have this on the agenda tonight, right before we do a budget presentation. I think the Councilmember DuPont's point, we did talk about enterprise funds earlier this year and looked at some of the rate studies and some of the balances that we have, and we know that we have some reserves for capital. And so I think to directly answer your question, we should be looking at trying to save some ratepayer money where we can, especially in water and wastewater. And so if we've got projects where we can do things more efficiently through these energy projects, I think that's a good place to start. If we can do things that make sense and we have the ability to use some some savings there, it may make sense. We really want to bring this forward just to kind of spark some creativity. We're not trying to stifle anything within the city, so we thought this was time to bring this partner forward, show you what we've been working on, bring the whole universe forward, see if there's things here that make sense to you that you want to, have us continue to work on. If you're like, no, this is not the time, please don't waste your time on this, fine, we pack it up, we don't work on it. You think there's something here we should work on, then we're happy to take it forward. But I think for us, as Ashu mentioned, that enterprise funds I think make sense because you've got funding there all ready to go, and plus you can add things into the rates potentially later on if you need to. And in some cases, you've got end-of-life areas where we don't have to make investments. Those areas, unfortunately, like government buildings, however, they're often general fund, and so they are very tight for funding, so they're difficult to manage for debt service. But I think enterprise fund for us is definitely an area we should look into.
Councilmember DuPont.
I remember the question I had. These projects, at the price that it's at, we have a project labor agreement that's within the city of Merced. Do these projects fall under the project labor agreement as presented currently? And if you don't know, that could be the answer as well.
These are budget pricing, so we definitely have worked with project labor agreements before, and we will go through your PLA and see what it entails. And we have no issues working with the PLA, and we have in the past, so we just need to see, what kind of, if there is an impact on price. But this is a budget price right now. It's, I would say, plus minus 15%.
Additional questions, comments? Okay, hear none. This is on for 1, to accept the report, and 2, provide comments and suggestions to staff on potential next steps. I think certainly if you could tell me we could save $7 million and have cleaner energy, I think that's a win-win for everybody for sure. But again, devil is in the details. I think staff needs to take a hard look at it, see where the financing is going to come from, where the potential savings can come from. And so I think certainly, at least from my perspective, makes sense to continue working on it. I think that's kind of the impression I get from the city manager as well. But and if there's a project to be had there that benefits the city, we do it. If not, then we won't. But any additional comments, Scott? Anything else you want to add on your work?
That's right.
All right, additional questions, comments? Councilmember DuPont, is that a new one or is that?
Yeah, that's new. Just a final conclusion comment is I join with you, Mayor, in that sentiment. I think staff needs to take a hard look at this. If we are going to take on debt service, then City Council needs to have eyes wide open going into the project. So I do think we may have enterprise funds to work on some of these projects that have been depreciated and have been not looked at in the past. So definitely open to continuing the conversation and getting staff's input on what could work currently. And if we want to do all the projects, does that include debt service? What does that debt service look like? What is the interest to that debt? We may realize some savings, but with interest is not always provide savings on the back end, given the interest rates right now. So definitely look forward to what could come about of this, because a lot of these updated projects could be beneficial in the long run for the city.
Yeah, for sure. Councilor Jean.
Similarly, I'm in favor of having better efficiency here. I think don't know where my mind went. Yeah.
It's getting close to after 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I think it's important that we do look to save the city money. I think there needs to be more details. We need to be able to pick and choose kind of what we're able to actually implement. So I think that it's important to continue the work in detailing this thing out, and then bring back to council to really decide what is feasible for us, what the city needs, and yeah, let us see what it is and choose from there.
That's what the intention is here, and the interest is included, sir, in this, and the lease payment, the savings. Yeah, okay. At 4.25% over 20 years, which is the current interest rates approximately.
Is this a solar project that we lease from you, or is it solar that we own?
You'll own it.
We own.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
We'll maintain it, guaranteed for 20 years, but you'll own it, yeah.
Additional questions, comments? We have Pro Tem Boyle, Councilor Tao, similar thoughts that keep working on it if the project makes sense,
Yeah, I'm in favor of moving this project forward, keep working on it, and then bring back more details so we can review it too and make a decision on it.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I think you have your direction, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Jane. We appreciate
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for the time.
All right, quick break. 9:22 right now. We'll come back at 9:30. Let's reconvene.
Sir.
I said you're gonna fall asleep.
All right, Venus, here we go. 37 slides, no city manager introductory budget
Okay.
message.
Agenda item L3, review and discussion regarding the City of Merced fiscal year 26-27 budget.
Thank you, Jeff.
Mayor, if I could.
Mr. McBride.
First of all, I wanted to thank the council for your time and consideration for introduction of the budget this year. Also wanted to thank Venus and her team, along with all the departments that worked on this. I know that we had changed the budget process quite a bit this year. We came back to you, I think it was in January. We provided you the department level, my brain just shut off, but I wanted to say goals and priorities, but I know they were different. They were the MGOs, management goals and objectives for the departments. We provided you guys also a copy of some capital projects. So you saw those very early. You gave us some feedback. We really do work on the budget pretty much from about October, November, all the way through now. And it's a challenge. So it's a lot of work. And so I want to thank everyone that's involved in it. And now the process kind of shifts from internal to external as we start talking about tonight. This is the first of 3 meetings where we discuss budget. Also want to thank the public. The town halls, strategic goals meeting that we had, those all factor into this. There's just one word that comes up over and over as we work through the budget. It's constraints. The city faces huge constraints. There are challenges that we've got every year. We try to put together our budget. It is put together by how do we manage our resources to make sure we provide a good quality level of services for our citizens and our businesses, and it is extremely difficult. And it's gotten more and more challenging each year as I've been your city manager. And so I think this year you've got some unique decisions to make, and I think we provided some good choices for you to consider. And we're going to present those tonight, and I'll turn it over to Venus.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Tonight, we will be presenting the City of Merced budget, the city manager recommended budget for 2026-27. So there's a lot of information in this presentation, but I know that it is late, and I will try to be as efficient as possible. So we're going to talk a little bit just city budget overview. We'll talk a little bit this year about internal services and how those work within the city. We'll focus a little bit on the general fund, Measure C, Measure Y, discuss a little bit about other departments, and then leave you with options and some so you can discuss among yourself. So just as an overview in creating the budget for next year, there are currently labor negotiated MOUs in place, which would increase salaries by 4%. So that is included in this budget. Maintenance, supplies, and services, we were able to maintain either reducing them down to less than they had last year, or at least maintaining up to a 2% increase. We did have a methodology change this year for the budget. New grants and opioid carryover we removed from next year's budget, and we're going to be, so the budget resolution allows us to do grants as carryovers. Any new grants will come to you to approve and appropriate when they're given to us. They're not really part of the operating budget. And so by changing this methodology, what it's doing is that it's not factoring in your general fund reserve requirement. So these are really considered not operating costs, but one-time type of things. So by moving them out of the budget and kind of doing them separately, we're eliminating the increase that's not really needed for the reserve requirement. Parks and Community Services, we did balance the budget, but again, they could have future challenges because of the way that we balance them with potentially one type of funding or agreements that are being put in place. PC and fleet replacement, it's not included in the general fund. It hasn't been for years since the downturn, but we do include it in enterprise funds and other special revenue funds if the funding is available. And this year we have not allocated any funding towards community funding. It's not to say that the council cannot do that. We just didn't do it in this initial version of the budget. If the council decides to do that, it does not impact your budget shortfall, and it does not, it's not factored into the reserve either because it's considered one-time funding. So some of the challenges last year, this year, and probably we will continue to have is, the fire support on federal grant. So currently we have 24 firefighters that are funded by our federal grant. So we're going to be losing several millions of dollars. That grant ends next fiscal year. We will get funding through March of 2027. So in this budget, there is 1/4 of 24 positions that are not funded by the grant. So they are funded within the general fund, but those positions are at risk. Park safety and homelessness, they are a community priority, yet ongoing funding could be at risk if we're not able to figure out some, additional revenue sources. And then streets, of course, we never have enough money to continue the street maintenance. There continue to be deferred maintenance on them, and they continue to deteriorate. So in saying all of that, we did put together a budget, and for next year's budget, the recommended budget is $461.2 million. Of that, the general fund is $69.1 million. Your enterprise funds, which is the bulk of the pie, is $210.6. So this is where your water, sewer, refuse, and airport funds are located. Internal service funds are $59.3 million. Your measure funds are $21 million. Probably made that color a little too dark. But that's where your Measure C, Measure Y, Measure V funds are. And then all other operating funds are $101.1 million. So this slide doesn't tend to change very much from year to year. These tend to be the citywide largest cost drivers every year. And coincidentally, most of these are internal service funds. So your general liability, your workers' comp, vehicle O&M, health insurance. We saw that increase last year to this year by 15%. And of course, there's a CalPERS, which is our pension costs. There's also a new legislation coming through, AB 1383, which could continue to make pension increase. This change for public safety pension, in which they rolled out PEPRA several years ago to help cities with pension costs, and now this is somewhat rolling that back. And so that would continue to increase our unfunded accrued liability significantly. It's hard to say what that dollar amount would be as of right now, but if that does go into effect, it goes into effect January 1st of 2027. And so we will start to hear a lot more about that as the months go on here this year. Some of the recommended staffing for next year. So we currently have 562 full-time positions approved. This would change in the city manager's office. We're eliminating 2. In the fire division, we're adding 2, but eliminating 2. In human resources, we're adding 1. Information technology, adding 1. Public Works Fleet, we're adding 1. And so I subtotal it here because these positions are what would impact the general fund. And then below that is enterprise funds. So Public Works Streets is 1, Public Works Water, adding 1, but deleting 1. And then the refuse division, we're adding 2. So that is a net of 4 positions to be added for next year. So throughout the past year, there's been a lot of discussions about our internal service allocations and how those impact departments. So internal service costs are basically a fund that we have separately, and then the way that gets funded to pay out is that we charge the departments for that, and they're charged in different ways depending on the type of service that's being provided. So we have a liability insurance, right? This is where we pay all of our insurances for property, employees, vehicle insurance. And so based on number of positions or number of vehicles or square footage of the property that the department has, experience of claims and losses, and that gets allocated in a very specific way. You can see that 6.3 million was allocated to departments. Of that, 36.5% was general fund, and then other departments made up the rest of that. 63.5% was charged out to other departments. So we have several of these types of funds within the city, and workers' comp, employee benefits is where healthcare is monitored and tracked. We have fleet management, which is if your department has a vehicle or several vehicles, you are charged vehicle O&M fees. So we have a fleet division that employs mechanics, and they purchase gas, and so you're gassing up on the vehicles. So all of that is monitored by vehicle, and then that is distributed by Public Works as a charge to the department. So we have several of these, and I don't want to go into too much detail about all of them, but this tells us how they're allocated and what the allocation was for this budget in next year. A couple of other areas for admin is support services. This is where we employ personnel and risk management employees, and then information technology employees that they provide a service to other departments within the city, and so that's why they're an internal service fund. Direct service charges is when we know an employee works very specifically, does some work for another department, and so they charge based on an hourly rate and number of hours, and it's a very specific calculation that's done. So we charge, within the city, we charge each other $6.2 million. Of that, the general fund only pays about 1%, but the general fund benefits by receiving $2.4 million in revenue from other departments by direct service charging out to other departments. And then we have what we call administration within the general fund. So there are several departments: city council, city manager, city clerk, attorney, finance, and purchasing, where we do a lot of service for other departments, and then within departments in the general fund. So I just wanted to show you kind of the allocation that we do. It's based on a weighted average, and it's based on number of employees, on budget amounts, and then a level of effort of how much time and effort we spend on these departments. So all of these departments make up an operating cost of $10 million within the general fund. And so the way that that's funded is $1.3 million is direct service charges to other departments. We have a little over $300,000 that is miscellaneous revenues that come in, and $6.2 million of that are the admin charges, and then $2.2 million is absorbed within the general fund. It's considered working for departments within the general fund. So here is the general fund budget recommended for next year. We start the year with $11.8 million. We have budgeted revenue of $67.2 million, operating expenses and transfers totaling $68.5 million. So that does leave us with a shortfall of almost $1.3 million. We have some below the line non-operating costs of $400,000, some future planning costs of $2,025,000. So this is your set aside funding, and we'll go over some of these details in a future slide. And then we have some prior year projects that are carrying over for completion of $200,000. Leaves your balance at almost $7.9 million. 3.4 of that we need to keep within the general fund to meet the general fund reserve requirement. So that's 5% of your operating expenses. And that leaves funds available of $4.4 million. This is the slide that shows where revenue and expense has been over several years. It starts back in 12-13, where we started to, we were in the downturn, and so it kind of shows us coming out of that. So you see a lot of blue over orange because a lot of our expenses were over revenue. And then we start to come out of that around 2020, 2021. You see really good revenues over expenses. We start to get pretty equal in 22 and 23. And then in 24, you still see some good revenue, but then we get to 25 actuals and you're seeing expense over revenue. And then our budget for the last 2 years has been expense over revenue. And in 25, 26, last year, we did make that balance. So where you're seeing the big expense over revenue is because of a one-time fundings. So just to break down what our revenues are for next year, so we're estimating to get 67.1 million. Of that, sales tax is the biggest, 26%. That it's a little over 17 million. Property tax and vehicle in lieu is both 16%. So between these three revenues, it makes up 58% of your general fund revenues. RDA residuals 3%. You have other taxes at 12%. Admin at 11%, direct service charges at 4%, and then some other fees and charges of 12%. So it does reflect down. So taxes in general actually increased 4%. The reason that it shows a downward is because of the change in methodology, for one, and then we're seeing the reduction in the SAFER grant. We're seeing some reduction in franchise fees, and a couple other areas, smaller areas, make that look like it's going down. On the expense side, we're estimating 71.1 million in expenses. Personnel, of course, making up the biggest chunk of this pie of 72%. You have maintenance, supplies, and services at 20%. You have transfers at 3.2%, and then your future planning at 2.8%, but every other expense category is less than a 1%, less than a 0.5% really. So I show operating up 1.35%, but there are a couple factors there. So personnel actually increases 4%, and then transfers increase another 3%, but the drop is the debt. So the DOF settlement has been paid off, so that debt falls off. And then again, because of the methodology change in the grants and the opioid carryover, it offsets the expense to show like it's going down. This slide is the historical transfers that the general fund has supplemented other funds. So historically, they'd supplemented Parks and Recreation, which you can see has received an allocation for several years. It did get smaller in the downturn, but then has slowly increased, and we're up to a little over 1.7 million. Development Services has historically gotten a transfer, but when they're doing very well with building activity, they don't need that supplement. So you can see that they've fallen off after 16, 17 and not needed a supplement. And then Airport had come off for a few years because of the CARES Act grant, and now it's needing the supplement again. So we did have it come back last year, and we have some for next year. It's less than last year, but there is still a supplement there. And then what we've added now for last year and this year and next year really is the housing admin. We're now seeing deficits in housing, and so the general fund is helping to supplement that. We did come at mid-year and ask for that for this year, which is where you see that blue little bar at the top for 25, 26, and then we continue to add it for next year. So these are the details on the non-operating costs within the general fund. So we are setting aside $60,000, and I'd say it's for enterprise resource planning, but it's not for the system. It's for temporary help to help us with implementation. So we are continuing to implement the ERP, and we're hoping that that will be done through August, September, and then we will have the utility billing implemented. We have $80,000 for the election costs coming up in November. We have $150,000 allocated towards a compensation study to prepare for the next round of labor negotiations, since next year will be the last year on all those MOUs. The arts projects, so this is carryover funding. It's not new funding. Council had allocated quite a bit of money in the last few years, and so they've not used it all. So this will carry into next year for use. There's $20,000 allocated towards Bob Hart Fountain repairs, and then park maintenance is recommended to purchase a 3/4 ton truck for their division. The set-aside funding is Economic Development Opportunity Fund, $405,000. We have Affordable Housing Fund at $607,000 and a little over $1 million for the Trust 115. And as you can see, there's zero identified for the general fund reserve, 25% set aside, because based on this operating budget in the general fund that's proposed, you will actually see that the general fund reserve is overfunded, and so we do not need to set aside additional funding. So this is to show you what those balances will be once we allocate that additional funding. So in the general fund, our fund balance would be at $7.9 million. 3.4 again has to remain for contingency purposes based on the reserve requirement. So leaves us at 4.4 million available. In the general fund reserve, we're at 17.8 million. Again, no identified set aside for next year, but we are overfunded by 740,000 there. In Trust 115, once we add the million, we're at 11.3 million. Economic Development Opportunity Fund, adding the 400,000, we're at 1.45 million. And affordable housing, after we add the 600,000, will be at 1.1 million. So we're moving on to Measure C. Measure C, again, we have that separated into three funds. We have the funding that's left from the old Measure C, and then it got superseded by the new measure that passed. And so the new measure required 95% of the funding to go to public safety and then 5% to go to roads. So we start the year at 6.4 million for all three of those. We're estimating 9.3 million in sales tax for Measure C, a little bit of other revenue, and then a total of almost 9.5 million. We do have transfers factored in. The 145,000 is to meet a maintenance of effort for SB1. And then operating expenses are 10.4 million. We have some acquisitions of 530,000. Some carryover capital projects of 1.6 million. So it leaves our balance at 3.1 million for all three funds. This does meet GFOA recommended minimum by a little over $800,000. So when Measure C passed, there was a requirement that we could not reduce costs for police and fire in the general fund and a few of these other funds. And so we make sure that we do this calculation every year to make sure that we are meeting that requirement. So based on that, we have 52.7 million accounted for in these areas for public safety. So that is exceeding the dollar amount by 15.8 million, and it's exceeding it by 3%. So Measure Y, we are continuing to see some reductions in Measure Y. They're not a lot, but they are still continuing to decline. And so we are not sure when that's going to kind of bottom out so we can get a consistent amount. But so this year we're estimating the revenue to come in at about 1.6. Next year we're estimating about the same. So it's about an $80,000 reduction from what we thought would come in this year. So although that's not a lot of money, when you break it down to each of the allocations, it can be impactful. So Measure Y, again, is required to be 20% set aside for police, 20% for fire, 20% for parks and recreation, and then we have 40% discretionary, but can only be used in those three categories. So for Measure Y, each column is a fund where we track and monitor and make sure that these are spent for those specific areas. So our beginning balance is 700,000. We're estimating, again, the 1.6 million from Measure Y. We have a little bit of other revenue, which is interest. We have some transfer in, so the 348,000 reduction in discretionary, but then positive in the 20% allocation. It's for the park maintenance portion of it. And then we have transfers out that are actually transferring out of Measure Y and transferring into the Parks and Community Service Operating Fund. So that's a total of 643,000. We have other expenditures within the funds of $1.3 million. And so it leaves our fund balances at $407,000. So Parks and Community Services, so we talked about Measure Y. The council has, basically, they give 100% of the 20% portion to Parks and Community Services Operating Fund, so we transfer that out. And then they have designated 50% of the 40% discretionary portion towards those programs too, so that's another $321,590. In addition, we increased the general fund supplement by 4%, so that's $1.7 million that will be transferred from the general fund. We did have some fund balance within Measure Y that we were able to fund some equipment for field prep and in anticipation of CP42 opening, and then to also help with other field preps to rent them out for use for sports events. So that's the Mule Gator, $20,000, tractor, $30,000. You have a lawnmower, the 16-foot wide lawnmower, $20,000. Turf tank lease for $15,000, and then storage container and trailer, $5,000 and $2,500. So the way that we were able to make the fund balance is really the department kind of seeing the writing on the wall, right? They knew that if they were not able to supplement their revenue, then they would probably need to cut their budget. So I know that Director Jensen went out and he has very good relationships with with partners within the city, and so he was able to secure some additional revenues. So in addition to him increasing rates, which was approved in December, and those rates were included, those increases were included in the budget. That also includes some potential rental fees from CP42 of $60,000. He had also received a 3-year donation for a zookeeper. And so we're in year 2 of that donation. So that would be the cost of the zookeeper, $76,200. But he also secured an agreement with Merced City School Districts in which they are going to contribute per participant, up to 500 school participants in youth sports between football, basketball, and baseball. And so some of that money is coming in for this year, but the bulk of it, the $196,850, is estimated to come in from that contract for next year. So that really helped to supplement their budget. They also are receiving a grant for an outdoor recreation program of $124,725. And then they continue to get CFD special tax. This is not new, but it is a large piece of the revenue that they get. So the special CFD special tax assessments, they did increase a little bit this year. So we're levying a little over 6,400 parcels, which will give them $240,000 in revenue. So just breaking down Parks and Community Services, their total expense budget is $3.6 million. Of that, 2.2 is personnel, 640,000 in maintenance, supplies, and services, 488,000 in internal service charges, 219 in admin costs, 13,000 in direct service charges, and then 17,000 in transfers. On the revenue side, you can see 50% of their revenue is the supplement they receive from the general fund of $1.8 million. And then they have the Measure Y from the 20% allocation and the 40% allocation. The CFD of $241,000, the CVOF grant, the Merced City contribution, the zookeeper, and then program fees make up a little over $500,000 of their revenue budget. Okay, so moving into police. So police department, they currently have 143 positions. 98 of them are sworn, and this is these positions are located within the general fund, Measure C, and the CFD. Some of the highlights in the budget are, based on the council priority of code enforcement. They are including 9 part-time CSOs to help in that effort of code enforcement, and some are in Measure C and some are in Measure Y. In Measure C, they are going to be replacing duty weapons for $105,000. And then last year, we moved quite a bit of operating costs in order to help the general fund balance. And so they are continuing to leave those operating costs within the Measure C. And then they've actually increased a bit too. So they've increased by 18%. In the fire department, there are 93 positions. 88 of them are sworn officers. 24 of those are the SAFER grant firefighters. So again, that's between general fund, Measure C, and CFD. Also in the general fund, they are proposing to delete 2 battalion chiefs and add 2 division chiefs. So this would increase the salaries a bit, but where they're able to make up those savings are reductions in overtime. Battalion chiefs are able to make overtime, as division chiefs would not. We're also included in the budget is a fire chief equity salary adjustment of 9%. So currently the fire chief makes $1 an hour more than the deputy chief. And so in order to somewhat line him back up, we proposed the equity adjustment of 9% for that position. And Measure Y, they're proposing to purchase 2 cardiac monitors. Again, with the priority of code enforcement, they're allocating $80,000 towards weed abatement, and then they're purchasing $11,000 narcotic safe for their ALS program. So in administration, so the city council, currently the stipend setting commission met and are recommending an increase to the council stipend. So currently it's $500 for council members per month and $600 for the mayor. They're recommending it to increase to $1,000 a month for council members and $1,250 for the mayor. That would be effective January 1st. I believe that's coming to you June 1st for approval, and if that is approved, that additional funding for January through June is not incorporated in the budget, so we would add $23,575 to the shortfall. Also in the city manager's department, we are adding 2 part-time interns. We deleted the 2 peer support specialists so that CalVIP grant expired in December, and then adding the compensation study of $150,000. In the city clerk's division, we are adding a part-time position, the deputy city clerk part-time position. This is to help with implementing SB 707 and to help with public records requests. In the human resources department, we're adding an HR director. Because this is an internal service fund, I wanted to show you the breakdown of what the general fund cost is compared to other fund, and then what the other fund's cost is. So an HR director is $217,000. The general fund allocation of that is $95,000. All other funds make up the other $122,000. In information technology, it's recommended to add a cybersecurity specialist for $154,000. I guess, again, that breakdown is in the general fund, $69,000. Other funds are $85,000. They're also including end-of-life server replacements and wireless access point replacement. Again, because we don't have the replacement program in place for all funds. Typically, you would want to set aside a little bit of funding every year, and then when these come up for replacement, you would do that. But because we've not been able to incorporate that, they don't have capacity, they're having to do these one big purchases at one time. And then again, I just wanted to show that we are not setting aside funding for the ERP allocation system. We have set aside millions of dollars over the last 6 to 7 years. And so we finally feel like that is completely funded and we should be able to get through implementation without another allocation. Some other items are, last year I added in about $1 million of RDA residual to our revenues, and this year we're increasing that to $2 million in RDA residual. Now that the DOF settlement is paid, we can use that for operating costs within the general fund. Again, we're carrying over arts fund, arts funding of $70,500, and there's no allocation for community funding at this time. So in development services, there were fee increases that were approved in April by the council, and once those were approved, we did incorporate into the budget. Originally, they were not balancing. They had pretty much eaten up all the reserves in the first department budget, but once we put these fees in place, they actually do balance now, so they're not eating into their reserves at this point. That new fee study also incorporated a new fee called the general plan update fee. So we created a new fund in which 5% of certain building permit types will be put into this new fund, and it's to hold there until we're ready to do future general plan updates, housing elements, and zoning codes. In the housing division, so as I mentioned earlier, the housing administration department, because of the way we've had to change how we receive money through the grants and the project activity costs, we are now not able to get enough to fund the administration of housing, and so there is a deficit of $159,000, and based on them doing work towards affordable housing, we are allocating $127,000 of the deficit, which is 80%, to come from affordable housing, and then the 20% to come from the general fund, so it's about $32,000. So in downtown, we had implemented the property-based improvement district. The board has requested that we increase that by 2%. The formation allowed up to 5%, but they're only requesting a 2% increase. For the tourism-based improvement district, we're increasing that 3%, and that is based on TOT. These TOT we're increasing at 3%. The sale of the ballast station, we had hoped that that would be completed in this fiscal year, so we did not put a budget in it for next year. We now know that that is likely going to carry into July or August of next year, so when we come back with a RADA, you're going to see some items on there for a budget for the ballast station. In the airport, they do have a deficit, but they did increase their revenue, so the amount of general fund transfer is less than last year because of the new carrier coming on board, the completion of the new terminal, the new TSA agreement. They are trying to do some advertising, so they were able to increase some revenue there. They are increasing their revenue, but it's still just not enough to balance their budget. So in Public Works divisions, their staffing, we're adding 3 maintenance workers. 1 is in streets and 2 in refuse. We're deleting a water distribution quality assurance tech and adding a water distribution operator 3. We're also adding a storekeeper for fleet maintenance. The cost of that is $94,000. Again, this is an internal service fund, so the general fund allocation is $17,000 of that cost. All other funds pay $77,000. So looking at the 3 enterprise funds, the operating system funds, we always like to make sure that they're fiscally sound. And so operating expense over revenue, you can see in the wastewater and refuse, they actually have more revenue than operating expense. And the water division is a little bit the other way. They have $16.9 million in operating expense and only $16 in revenue. but the reserves are pretty high in all three of them. So the orange bar is the reserve, the blue is the reserve goal. So in water and wastewater, we like it to be 6 months of operating costs plus 5-year average of capital costs. And in the refuse, it's only 2 months of operating costs. So you can see that their reserve is quite a bit more than the goal. So they, and then rate studies are in progress for all utilities, and that would likely go into next year. So some of the projects that were included for Public Works were a SCADA room roof reseal, service center partitions. For fleet, it's oil containment tanks of $30,000 and a Highway 59 shop carport of $50,000. For the Civic Center, it's the third floor fire alarm and then replacing restroom partitions for the first and second floor. In Measure C for roads, they're proposing to purchase a 3/4 ton truck for $80,000, a 10-wheel dump truck for $250,000, and a shared boom truck. So the cost of the boom truck is about $800,000. They'll share it with 3 other divisions, so the streets portion of that is $200,000. And then a couple of projects within enterprise funds are the wastewater programmable logic controllers for $3.4 million. And then they're wanting to do some asphalt repairs out at the courtyard, and water and refuse will share that cost for $350,000. Okay, Measure Y for parks. So this is the 40% discretionary. So half of it goes to programming for parks and recreation, and the other half stays for parks. So bike path maintenance will continue. They'll continue to allocate funding towards tree trimming of $100,000. They set aside funding for ongoing park maintenance as it's needed, $75,000. Allocating $35,000 for each of the fences at McNamara Pool and Ada Givens Pool. Also, there were 2 playgrounds that burnt down, and so we are appropriating the deductibles of $25,000 for each of those. And then once the insurance is approved and the claim goes through, we will bring that back to council for the additional appropriation to be reimbursed by insurance. What's also included is the $30,000 one-time investment towards Rahili Park from the cellular tower agreement. So in the next slide, I'll show you all of the street funding that we've not put towards projects, but we did include a little bit of new funding towards projects. So $300,000 is towards the Bellevue Road bike path. This is a new project and in coordination with the UC Merced. We added $100,000 to the APS Polera push buttons at schools project. So this project has gone on for a few years, and they add a little bit of funding every year to continue that. The same with the next one, the downtown concrete light pole. It's not new, it's adding an additional $40,000. Craig Drive rehab is new, and they're allocating $200,000 just to start that work. And this slide just shows you all of the roads projects available funding between all the funding sources. So most of the funding we put into projects to be determined until council either directs a project or we come up with a project that is ready to move forward, and then we would allocate it funding. So in total, there's about $11.3 million in projects to be determined between all these funding sources. There's a little over $580,000 unappropriated in Measure C for roads. So there's about $11.9 million total. Last year at budget presentation, I provided a slide for fiscal stability and what we would look to do for revenues, because we were having some challenges last year. We knew that would continue into this year, and to help that. And so on the left is what we proposed, and the right is the progress that we've made. So adopting a new rate for the CFD for services. So we have worked on that rate. We have a rate. We came to council at a study session and presented that. And so the next step is to wait for a project to form that district officially. And so that is pending, waiting for a project to form it. Adopting new development services fees, so that was completed. Those rates go into effect July 1st, and they are included in the budget estimate. The business license audit, that got approved by council in January. We have an agreement with HDL, and that is in progress. That actually went live today, and so they're starting that work effective today. It took a little time to get that up and running. And then identify other potential cost recovery areas. So as we talked about, Parks and Community Services did increase fees and got that approved in December. Airport is continuing to look at some of their fees to see where they can increase that. And of course, we're still continuing to look for others as we can. So last slide. So the shortfall, as I mentioned before, is about 1.3 million in the general fund. So these are some of the options that are being provided. So the first one is to leave it as it is. You can leave it 1.3 million out of balance. We do estimate a fund balance that could absorb that if you wanted to do it. That is maybe a 1 year, maybe a 2 year fix, depending on where the fund balances end up. This could affect a credit rating if we wanted to move forward with that or ever wanted to get into some kind of a debt agreement. It could impact our credit rating and potential interest rates. So that is the negative of that. If you wanted to clear the shortfall, a recommendation by staff is to transfer the $740,000 from the reserve that it's overfunded. We could transfer some of the operating costs from PD to the CFD of $150,000. We can transfer some PD and fire operating costs to Measure C of $250,000, and then the balance we can transfer from the Trust 115 from pension of $153,000. This would be a 1 year fix, and then this second way that you could clear the shortfall is, again, transferring the overfunded from the reserve. If you wanted us, or if you wanted to identify other expense reductions, and then anything left, again, would come from the Trust 115. So again, this is another 1 year fix. None of these options are sustainable in the long term, but these are options that could help for this year. So that was my 37 slides. So if you have any questions, I will do my best to answer.
All right. Any questions for our finance officer? Jennifer, anything from the public?
I do have 2 request to speak forms.
All right. Call the speakers, please.
Can I get Ashley Marie Suarez and Andrea Uribe?
All right, Ashley and Andrea, thank you for waiting around.
Good evening. As you may have read in the comment letter that I submitted Friday, May 15th, community members we work alongside would like to see the city invest its discretionary dollars into stronger tenant protections and resources. While it seems that the Affordable Housing Fund may get $607,000 from the general fund this upcoming fiscal year, the Housing Department requires a budget transfer to balance that anticipated deficit. And it appears that the remaining $480,000 or so dollars would be insufficient to meet community demands for stronger tenant protections and housing resources. In consideration of this, the community would like to see more general fund dollars transferred into Affordable Housing Fund on an annual basis in the future to ensure the funding of housing resources and programs. I'd like to thank the council and staff for working on the Repeat Housing Code Violator Ordinance, as this is definitely a step in the right direction. And while we wait for the city to determine if retaliation protections can be expanded from 6 months to 12 months through the Anti-Slumlord Ordinance, we urge the council to consider the following. After the establishing of that program goes into effect, code enforcement might respond to some calls to determine whether units may be considered too unfit to live, resulting in order to vacate notices. And while tenants do have state protections that require owners to pay for relocation assistance, there's a possibility that owners might not be able to afford that or simply don't want to pay. And to address this likely scenario, we're asking the city to allocate $250,000 of its general fund dollars in combination with the revenue generated from housing code violation penalties collected by code enforcement to advance benefits to displaced tenants in the event that their unit has an order to vacate and the owner of that unit does not pay. This program would decrease the risk of households experiencing homelessness and might be able to reduce further costs in addressing those programs that address homelessness in the long run. Similarly, many tenants are facing retaliation as a result of reporting uninhabitable conditions to property owners now, before the policy has even passed. And so some of those retaliatory actions include, but are not limited to, increasing rent after repairs have been made, harassment, and threats of eviction, often resulting in notices to terminate the tenancy. But because many of these actions are illegal and considered retaliation, tenants would like to see a broader right to counsel program. However, we know that's not possible under this deficit. And so in light of the trends of terminations of tenancy that result in evictions, we're strongly recommending council allocate somehow $1 million of its discretionary funds and grant funds to establish an eviction protection program that will at least serve tenants that are facing evictions, regardless of immigration status and low-income households, to be able to fight against these illegal terminations of tenancies and evictions. And so if there's any additional questions or concerns about some of the community identified programs that were highlighted in the comment letter, we definitely would be happy to arrange a meeting between council members, city staff, and residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. All right, Ms. Uribe.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Andrea Uribe, and I'm a land use and transportation policy advocate for Leadership Council. Through our work, we meet with community residents from South Merced and engage with city staff and council members. Today, my comments will build upon the comment letter submitted by my colleague, Ashley Marie, regarding the budget for this upcoming fiscal year. The two asks we outlined regarding land use and transportation are funds for a South Merced community-specific plan and funds for local streets improvements in South Merced. South Merced is a SB 535 disadvantaged community under Cal Enviro Screen 4.0 and is also considered recap area within the housing element. This translates to environmental injustices within the community and a plethora of infrastructural needs, including road improvements, the need for a grocery store, more green spaces, and access to resources. These are all large undertakings that require community engagement, actionable items, equitable investments, and support from the city. A South Merced specific community plan will help create a guidebook to address the many needs within the community. Consequently, we are asking for $350,000 for the development of the South Merced community specific plan. As mentioned, South Merced experiences poor transportation infrastructure due to long deferred maintenance, heavy traffic, and years of disinvestments. Residents have advocated for improvements and investments for transportation within the community for years through public comments, letters, attending workshops, and collaborating on evening walking tours. One which was referenced earlier today, and it was the most recent one we held in February, and we were able to have council members Tao and Shang attend. Thank you so much for attending. During this review of the presentation that was posted online, I saw within the capital projects project on Canal and Childs, which would require an additional $200,000 for sidewalk improvements. I would note that I did not see that one in the slides, and I hope that does not mean that this project has been received. This project on Canal and Childs falls for and supports the goals established within the housing element, which says it will allocate 20% of the capital improvement project budget for projects in recap areas, including District 2 and South Merced. Additionally, within the city's safe routes to school in Merced, improving access and connectivity work, and the application for the active transportation project, I noticed item D, a project on Childs Avenue and N Street. We view these projects as a sign of the efforts of residents being acknowledged and listened to by city council members and city staff, and that y'all are listening and paying attention to what residents are asking for. We appreciate this, and we hope to see these commitments from this council to see this project secured within this budget and go to the improvements of the community of South Merced. Beyond these two projects, we hope to continue seeing commitments that will promote active transportation projects and road improvements within South Merced. Through funds from this year's fiscal budget, through the general fund, Measure V, grants such as CDBG and ATP, we ask for $5 million in funds to be brought to South Merced for local streets improvements. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Uribe. Ms. Sandoval.
Hi.
One of the things that I didn't hear from the budget was actually about Measure V. So I don't know, I mean, I read that article on Dos Palos, so I kind of, put my antenna up on that and just wondered, if it was within there or if it's separate or, whatever. But I also support more tenant protections and that you actually, do fund some of these recommendations that the staffers from Leadership Council have offered to you. And I look forward to the ordinance that's still being worked on. So, thank you.
Thank you, Clerk. All right, Jennifer, anybody else?
That's all we have, Mayor.
All right, we'll bring it back to council. And again, this is the first of our 3 budget hearings. We have our budget report, traditionally second meeting in May, and then 2 budget public hearings. Our first one, which will be June 1st, and then our next one, the final budget meeting, June 15th as well. All right, so back to council. Additional questions for staff and or additional direction. And again, we have next budget public hearing and then our final budget on June 15th as well. All right, any members of council have any comments they'd like to make right now? Councilmember Jean.
Venus, first off, do you mind going to slide 34? I just want to confirm, because I guess I must have missed it. Okay. Yeah, so there is that change there with Craig Drive rehab relative to the original agenda item in the presentation. Can you explain why that is?
Yes, so when I first did the presentation, I added in the agenda. It was brought to my attention that the new money was not put towards Childs and Canal, that it was put towards Craig Drive rehab. So we had to make that change. Childs and Canal is still a project. It's still going to carry over. There's still some funding there, but the new money was to allocate to this new project.
Yes, sir. Mr. McBride.
We are awaiting just some information on Childs and Canal. We know that it's received a congressional award, and so we're working with our Congressman's office on more details. So, I mean, we've got we're very confident we're going to be able to bring that project forward now with the additional funding. And I'm looking at Jennifer, I don't remember what the dollar amount was, but it was $815,000 is the number. $850. So there's funding for that, and there's more funding that's being lined up for other activities that will benefit South Merced that we're right now can't speak of because we are sworn to secrecy, but we hope to be able to talk about that very soon.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I guess my questions and comments are kind of like in order. So if we could go back to the top, look at slide 4. Can you Yes. Can you just walk me through what, because I'm reading bullet point number 3, the park safety and homelessness are a community priority, yet ongoing funding could be at risk. Can you explain a bit more what that means? Like what kind of funding we're putting there already and what kind of risk we're talking about here?
I think I can help on that. So, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. We've got a SAFER grant that's $3.5 million, and that grant's going to expire at least, one fiscal quarter in 2027, right? So it's not fully impacted, right? But if we look the year farther out, and you don't have that $3.5 million, that's really the bigger issue, right? So, for your 27-28 fiscal year, when you look at that budget, trying to balance that's going to be the real challenge. And so it's not rocket science, it's just very straightforward. What are your areas that are general funded? And so you just saw the presentation. Their parks, community services, their police, and their fire. And so all we're pointing out here is that, parks, community services, those are areas where you're gonna have a hard time balancing it. And so we know this is a community priority, park safety, and so we just want to tie it back and make that point that we know this is gonna be a risk in the future.
Okay, I mean, the implication here is simply that without the SAFER grant, we're going to be cutting funding from parks. And I don't know if that's the case here, right? It might not be, but that's what I'm kind of reading here. And it would refer, with regards to the deferred street maintenance, do we have, and I know we have the slide down below as well, but do we have that list of prioritized street repairs and detailing what streets have been deferred in terms of maintenance?
I think that's something engineering has, but I don't have that with me now.
So in your goals and priorities, you had a 2-year, it was a 2-year priority, and that was to develop an updated PCI. So we're year 1 of the 2-year priority. So we're working with the county to develop that. So we're not ready for that yet.
Okay. And then for slide, let's go down to, we could go all the way down to essentially 22. So I think this is a really good breakdown of expenses and revenue, specifically for parks and community service. But it's odd that this slide isn't mimic for police and fire. If we go down 2 slides, or just, and then down the other one, we don't have a breakdown of either of their departments in terms of total revenue, total expenses. I think I've said this before in the past. We tend to always look at how to cut parks and community services. And so I think if we could include this particular slide template, slide 22 for police and fire, I think it will give us a good image of how we're funding departments across the board in the city. And I will defer for now.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, additional comments from the council. That'd be it. With respect to the community funding, I think we've, traditionally we do something in the neighborhood of 30 to 50,000. I think, I think there's a lot of value there if we get the right requests from the public, and if we make good decisions, I think it's a really good way to leverage funding. We get a ton of value there. We saw it, in particular this past year through the SBCA grant. We saw a report on that. Tons of other examples too of good, good investments there if we're smart about it. So just throwing that out there as well. I think it makes sense, and I think when it comes to making up the potential $1.3 million budget shortfall, probably the staff recommendations. Following the staff recommendation, I would think is the best bet, and then hopefully some salary savings, and then potentially increased revenue as well. Fingers crossed for that as well too, and that could help ease the budget as well. Usually our revenue projections are pretty conservative. So hoping for increased revenue from increased sales tax in particular, which would help, hopefully ease that gap. And you look at all the different, it kind of changes over the years. I don't know how many, we used to be, we had all these kind of funds, and then now is all the kind of reserve funds, but, we're getting close to, I think it was roughly, between all of them, the Trust 115, economic development, the reserve, close to 40 million, so that's, I think that's over the years, a good sign. We've gradually, built up our reserve, built up Trust 115, which allows us to defray pension costs as well. So, kudos to you and all that too. Just gradually building up those set-asides. That's it for me. Anybody else? Councilor Jean.
For the $70,000 for arts, I guess, what's the timeline that we are looking at in terms of spending that money, putting it out for bid for more art.
I think
I'm trying to see if Jennifer's going to look at me so she can.
if you could wake Jennifer.
Councilmember Zhang was asking what the time frame is to spend the $70,500 for arts.
So we have projects that are going to go out for RFP and RFQ, and so it will be probably in the next fiscal year. They take time, depends on the process of selecting, and so, but we plan on spending it or allocating it over the next fiscal year.
Okay, that's good. I want us to spend that money. And I agree with Matt in terms of making sure we have allocation for community funding. Venus, you mind going to slide 28? Or actually, it's actually, yeah, 28, yeah. Do we know what that cost is in terms of the PBID 2% increase to the city?
The cost to the city?
Yeah, so my understanding is that there's city-owned property here.
Yeah, we pay a fee for the properties we own. It was, I forget the number. Was it 60 or so?
So the total cost for next year for city property is $32,586.
Awesome, thank you.
Additional comments? Councilmember DuPont.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll leave the bulk of my comments for next hearing, going through the budget. I will say the budget options. I think number 2 is what I'm leaning on, but it's going to be a mix of 2. I think Trust 115 is heavily underutilized. Looking at previous year's budget to what the imbalance is, or what the estimated imbalance was in the 25-26 budget to what the beginning fund balance of 26-27. That fund balance without any expenses or additional revenue increased almost $1 million. So if we put another $1 million into Trust 115, we're looking at $2 million that we basically have put into on an interest-bearing account from fiscal year 25-26 to fiscal year 26-27. So heavily underutilized, and I think there's other items that I'm wanting to have the full council here to discuss on other expense reductions that we can make. And also, I think other revenue that we're not either accounting for or discussing or lost in translation. And I think it should be flipped. We should be using Trust 115 before we go to the reserve for one-time emergency funding. So I'll leave my comments at that and save my further comments for the next budget hearing.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, anyone else? Yes, so we got 2 more shots at it, June 1st, June 15th. Councilor Jean.
I would like to express my support for putting money towards a relocation program. What that dollar amount looks like, I think that's could be debatable. I know speakers mentioned $250,000, but I think that's definitely a program that we should look at, especially since that money is recoverable. So according to how it works, that the city could recover that money from landlords. So I think it's a good way to put our community or tenants first and be able to ensure that they are housed if they have to relocate. So I definitely support it.
All right. Additional comments? Okay. All right, seeing none, that's budget report. Venus, thank you. As always, exceptional amount of work, and you guys do an incredible job and make it look easy.
Okay, agenda item M, business. M1, Mayor Pro Tem Boyle's request to discuss America's 250th birthday and California's 150th birthday.
Is everyone still awake?
I think most of us, we all got a little nap at some point.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
kind of re-energized us.
Okay, so
I think it's California 175.
it is 175. I did mention that to Scott on Friday when I met him. So no formal presentation, just some of the things that I've thought of for California's 175th birthday, possibly doing a mural if we have funds available. I'm not sure what has been thought of so far. Originally, I thought of California poppies. I think our poppies are just, one, it's our state flower, but they're just a very vibrant orange, beautiful coloring. And then over the weekend, I started thinking, what makes us special is, our slogan is Gateway to Yosemite. So if there was some kind of mural to reflect, our Gateway to Yosemite slogan and possibly showcasing some of the famous monuments in Yosemite, like Half Dome, just really showcasing what California is to us as Merced, obviously open to suggestions, but I think this would be appropriate to celebrate California's 175th birthday. In regards to America's 250th birthday, I have been asked by community members what the city of Merced is going to be doing. Given the presentation we just had, I am very mindful of cost and also staff time and want to be mindful of that. Some of the things that I thought of were similar to what we do during Christmas when we display the Christmas wreaths around downtown, somehow find some kind of American flag wreath or red, white, and blue type ribbon. I don't know. There has to be some company that creates these type of things where we can display these. But I look at this as possibly a new tradition that we do in every July, not necessarily just for the 250th, because if we are paying for something, I would think of it more as a tradition and start something new in Merced, not just a one-time cost. So it doesn't necessarily have to have 250th on displayed somewhere. Because then I look at that as a one-time cost. If it has the date or the year, once it's done, it's done. Some other things, we have our lights on our on the Civic Center on the second floor, where maybe we can do them red, white, and blue. As I know, Atwater is famous for their 4th of July parade. I'm not trying to take anything away from them for the 4th of July. And it being the second meeting in May, I am mindful of timing. Not necessarily that we have to do everything in July for the 250th, as I'm assuming we can celebrate this all year long. But these were just some of my initial thoughts. I know we have 2 council members absent tonight as well, open to suggestions. But I think doing something for California's 175th birthday and doing something for America's 250th birthday, in years to come, people can look back at it and still celebrate it. And then, well, we won't be here in 100 years, but maybe then that council at that time can do something for America's 350th birthday and California's 275th birthday. So just trying to think of some different kind of traditions and open to suggestions as well.
Anything from the public, Jennifer?
We don't have anything, Mayor.
All right. Any thoughts from council? I can jump in. I think the idea of a mural is pretty cool. I think that'd be something we could certainly figure out. In terms of big events, I think right, Atwater, it was always kind of the focus on 4th of July. So, I think, and a big part of Merced goes to Atwater. So I think supporting them is probably the best way to do it and not taking from what they do. Bolstering up other events as well, some of the fireworks shows around. I think Mariposa's having a big deal up there too. So in terms of events, I think you're right, probably just best support other folks. In terms of flags, I've had some conversations with local Boy Scout, Cub Scout troop there, and they're gonna work hopefully with a Sunrise Rotary who does the Field of Honor about getting flags out. So that's a good way potentially. We had 2,000 plus flags at the last Field of Honor. So maybe something like that where, I don't know if it's potentially even putting the Field of Honor back up temporarily, or else just finding a way to display flags across town. So I think there's good, in terms of them, there's really good, both groups are really good and willing community partners in terms of getting flags out all over town. So I think a mural, if we can swing it, and then flags up, that's a good start. Councilmember Dupont.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I agree. Even if we do a combination mural as well, California and kind of also to celebrate United States 250 would be an option as well. But I think the mural idea is good, just to bring more awareness to Merced, but also to California. I like the decoration ideas. I wouldn't want to take away from what Atwater does, but I do think if we could, decorate downtown and provide a little bit more of a vibe, I will say, then that would also be something that we can do, something simple, but giving reverence to the 250th.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have flags up all over downtown for, a couple weeks before, leading up to the 4th of July.
Yeah, something I even thought of is,
Scared to see this.
what was that? Because I know that we have during Christmas time, I don't know how long we even have the Christmas wreaths up in downtown. I mean, I know it's kind of leading up to the Christmas parade and goes into December, and I'm assuming they're taken down in January. So.
I was pointing.
Oh,
Frank's usually in charge of all the Christmas decorations. He starts using Christmas ties in March.
So, I mean, it could be something that leads into July, into August. I mean, we've invested a lot of money into downtown, and I think doing something for that summer, I don't know, I think it kind of gives Merced something exciting to, if they're wreaths, I don't know if that's really exciting, but I guess it builds that character.
Jennifer's looking like she wants to say something.
So if we want a mural, we'll need to hold a special meeting and put out a RFP or an RFQ. So we'll need to put that out pretty quickly. Did you want the mural? We need to decide if we want the mural done by the birthday so it takes a while.
I don't know if it necessarily needs to be done by the birthday. I think it's just in honor of the birthday.
Okay.
Because I'm also, like I said, I'm trying to be mindful of staff time, and yes, and I know it is a process. So,
What if it's a California mural too? I just looked it up a second ago, but the California was September 1850. So this being the date, if you're focusing more of a California mural, the date's not as, it's not July 4th.
Yeah.
1776.
So California said that they're going to celebrate California's birthday throughout the summer.
Yeah.
So
we'll get it done.
Yeah. September 9th is 1850 is
the day.
Yeah.
And then if we were to incorporate America's birthday, it's 250 in that. Yeah.
We were just discussing budget.
Councilor Jean.
So I do support a mural in this case. I love the idea of the Poppy or Yosemite. I think those are great options. I think utilizing this week, right, with Merced Art Fest, connecting with artists and giving this as an opportunity, I think would be great. So I'm in support of a mural.
Councilor Tao.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, I thought when you talk about celebration, you were gonna throw a big event with vendors and parties and fireworks, but I'm in support of your idea, and I think it's important for us to celebrate such a great time of the year to celebrate 250th. And what about Merced, right? we should include Merced in there too, besides California, you know. So I think it's great to celebrate, bring everybody together for.
Councilor DuPont.
She can still throw a party.
I mean, we have all year to celebrate, I guess. I guess, I mean, what will be the next steps that we need to take?
Mr. City Manager, next steps. From a staff perspective, what would you like to see?
Well, it sounds like we're coalescing, or the council's coalescing around a mural. So I think your staff has heard that, but we obviously need to work with the procurement process so we can start to begin that. I would encourage you to look at the document that we just shared. There are some interesting things in there. This is provided by the state, by the way. This is something they had on their website. There are a lot of communities that are doing reciting of Declaration of Independence on the date that it was signed, which I believe is July 8th. That's a really low cost, easy thing to organize that we could do at Bob Hart Square. There's a few more ideas in there they might want to think about that could be done. So, you know, if a mural is what you're looking to do, we can get started on that, but I would suggest that maybe we look and see if there's some other ideas as well. And we could just, you know, bring it back. Another thing you guys can do too is we're getting back to kind of the time we're going to have some subcommittee work again. Maybe we can think about having work done through that to bring up some other ideas.
Sounds good to me.
All right. I think M Street over Bear Creek has always been a good spot for, you know, some, with all the flags there for some, you know, sort of, you know, either veteran or America-focused mural. I don't know where
The bridge part?
the concrete
Yeah.
in between the. So there's the little. It's put a big. It'd be tough. You can't do a big one. It's got to be. It's broken up. We talked a while back about doing something like that. Monica Modest, was talking about doing some sort of tile mural honoring veterans on there. That was a while back. Never happened. That's one idea. We can get in touch with the Boy Scout troops and the Sunrise. They're all ready to go on flags, so we can figure that out.
Yeah. And what they're wanting to do is that they're going to be giving out flags for anyone to have to put in their front yard, or what's the concept?
It's not defined yet, but
okay.
It could be a variety of things. But it's just a question of what
Yeah.
you know, what works. So, but they'll definitely want to do something.
Okay.
Mayor, I just received a phone call from the Boy Scouts today, as a matter of fact, and they are going to be distributing out many of the flags starting on Friday through Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. So we should start seeing a lot of those flags going out throughout the community, just FYI.
Yeah, even better.
Yeah.
Thanks. All right. Anybody else? Councilmember Zhang, is that new or is it? Okay. All right. Mayor Pro Tem Boyle, is that sufficient or do you need anything else?
I think that's sufficient. And then with City Manager McBride mentioning we have our committees that are going to be starting up. If there's more discussions, I think that's appropriate time to discuss anything else. Obviously, open to suggestions, but I think doing a mural really, I think it sets the stage for us.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that we are very supportive of these type of projects at Merced, so.
Yeah. For sure. All right. That's it. Jennifer.
Agenda item M2, request to add item to future agenda.
Councilor Talley, anything for future agenda?
No.
Councilor Jean.
Nothing.
Councilor DuPont.
Nothing tonight.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
No, nothing.
Nothing from me.
Okay, agenda item M3, city council comments.
On my left, Councilmember Tao.
No comment.
Councilmember Jean.
Nothing.
Councilor DuPont.
I have one thing. I want to say a huge thanks to Director Jensen. The last couple weeks of downtown Bob Hart Square events has really highlighted the importance of events downtown Bob Hart Square. It has created a lot of buzz throughout the Central Valley of what Merced is providing as a downtown. And it's not just, you know, setting up the events, it's also going out there and ensuring that those that are going to have events in Bob Ard Square, Chris is out there with hoses and with everything that you may think of to ensure that the event goes smoothly. So all the buzz and the importance of downtown would not be possible without a good director like Director Jensen. So thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Nothing this evening.
We're lucky Chris is so humble because with all the praise he gets from up here, he wouldn't. That's it. Special shout out to among other things, went to the Rescue Mission annual fundraiser dinner. In our last point time count of the 403 sheltered homeless in the county, the Rescue Mission, their programs, they sheltered 281 of those 403. So approximately 70% are in Rescue Mission programs. And then if anybody's able to, Saturday, we're gonna have a group that's gonna do a barbecue at the Sunnyside Apartments on D Street from 1 to 3, so everybody's welcome. We're gonna go out barbecue and then do some giveaways too, which with items we get donated. So show the residents of the Sunnyside Apartments some love on Saturday.
Cool. Agenda item N, adjournment.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Is there a second? Shall second that.
We're never going to adjourn.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Mayor Serrato. Mayor and council, please cast your votes.
I don't know the last time I seconded a motion. Need another vote.
Councilmember Tao. And the motion passes unanimously.
Can't go home.